Good morning, once again, ladies and gentlemen. Sound engineer. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you once again on the second day of the 11th Annual Mineral Wealth Conference. We thank God that we are here again. He made you come back safe and alive. And those that are joining us today, you are most welcome. I know before you leave, you'll get to know what we discussed yesterday, a very interesting day that it was, with very resourceful and interesting discussions in regards to the theme of this year. This morning, before we get started, just say hello to your neighbor. I know you've been chatting. A smile. Tell them something nice. Something nice, like really nice. Some of you are just talking to your computers, your laptops. Tell something nice to your neighbor. You know there are those feel-good hormones, and you can only initiate them or start them up when someone tells you something good or when you're happy. And you know why the feel-good hormones must be running and active in your body? Because you stay young. They will kill off some viruses in your body that are unwanted. I know most of you have heard of the non-communicable diseases. You see, those diseases don't need medicine as such, but regular exercise, be happy, don't be stressed, yeah? Be around good people, be grateful. You know, each time you're grateful, there is no way you're going to be stressed or depressed by anything. So as we start that day, keep in that moment of gratitude. The fact that you're alive, the fact that we are looking at the mineral sector moving in this direction, it should keep you excited, because we need you alive. Like I mentioned yesterday, we need you alive, we need you vibrant, because you are the driver of this next level of the mineral sector. Right now, join me to welcome Agre Ashava to take us to the next thing this morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ashava Agre. I'm the General Secretary of the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. For those who were with us yesterday and are back today, we appreciate you. For those who have joined us today, we hope it will be something worth your while for spending the time with us here today. We welcome our chief guest, the minister, and we also hope that through the deliberations for today, there will be a couple of takeaway points. Just a quick recap from yesterday's conversation. We had the chairman, Board of Trustees, Sir Richard Kaijuka, discussing about the positioning of Uganda's mineral wealth for the green energy revolution, and that it is in a timely and relevant and very deliberate for the country, based on the global dynamics towards green energy. We also had the pleasure of hosting the Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Ruth Nankabirwa, who gave us a good brief regarding value addition and the optimism of the new mining law. And she also gave comfort regarding the exploration works that are happening currently in the mineral sector in Uganda, and also the global dynamics around mineral exploration. We also had another presentation from Mr. Warren Tregutha, the CEO of Rwenzori Rare Metals, who made a keynote address in how to develop a mine and took us through the different stages and processes of exploration that is happening in Mukutu project in eastern Uganda for the rare earth elements. He also explained the transformational value of the rare earth elements and the fundamental in the many green applications that they can be used in electric vehicles, high-value devices, televisions, phones, and the drive towards technological advancements. He also emphasized that for us to be able to develop a good mine, we need good ore, very good grades, to be able to extract it, infrastructure, off-takers, the country risk rating needs to be taken into consideration, obviously financing and the social licenses to operate. We also had Madame Agnes Alaba from the Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines, who was also speaking on the topic of Uganda's positioning to promote green energy. And she said that the key drivers for a successful mining industry are already in place that include availability of resources in the quantities and the qualities that are required, the infrastructure, like electricity, roads, water, legal and regulatory frameworks. She also explained that the government will explore minerals for green energy developments that include tin, tungsten, tantalite, manganese, copper, cobalt, and iron, which are critical because they are key drivers to infrastructure and technology development that supports the green energy transition. We also had another presentation from Mr. Nabil Alam, the director from Blenco Resources, that presented an update on the Orom graphite project in Kitgum in northern Uganda. And we are happy to that he revealed that they have discovered 2 to 3 billion tons. I repeat, 2 to 3 billion tons that have been established, and successful mining will lead to further investments in a variety of graphite-related industries. Blenco Resources is planning to invest about 1.8 million in community developments, like agriculture, schools, and other projects, and about 130 has so far been spent. He also revealed that a community development agreement was also signed between the company and the community from where they operate, and it's necessary for mutual benefits and coexistence. Also, another presentation came in from Mr. Israel Tinkasimire, the commercial director from Hima Cement, that took us through the sub-theme of manufacturing limestone and other industrial minerals. But he also elaborated on the co-processing technologies which are environmentally friendly and recognized globally that Hima is applying currently. And this technology includes biomass wastes from rice husks, coffee husks, groundnut husks, palm kernels, and bagasse to fuel the kiln where they operate. He also disclosed that this contributes about 53% of the energy's farm of the farm needs of Hima Cement. The technology results in zero residues, which is good for the environment. And the company has done a social corporate responsibility by distributing 16,000 coffee seedlings to households, which has resulted in improved balance of payment and improved livelihoods for the communities. We also had another presentation from Mr. Gashom Mugizi, who is the principal geologist at GeoQuest Exploration, and presented a topic on the rethinking of Uganda's lithium prospects amidst the clean energy revolution and the metal rising global demands. And he said extracting lithium from all sources is paramount to keeping the price of mobile phone devices low. And there is currently no substitute for lithium to meet these current demands. We also had a presentation from Mr. Jingo Michael, the commercial banking director at Centenary Bank, who presented their financing options and value propositions for those who are involved in the industry across the different value chains. We had a class from Mr. Peter Tererai, who is the chief geologist of Sumter Mines, who was discussing to us about the risks associated with the geology. While the gentleman from Centenary Bank was talking about the risks to business, Peter Tererai was discussing the risks of the geology, which is the core and the fundamental for any mining applications. And he also said that junior mining companies and the big mining companies, there has to be a bit of a distinction, and so that the policies cannot apply across board to both of them, because the purposes why both of them are in play is different from each other, which was ably answered by Mr. Vincent Keddy when it came to question and answer session. We also had a presentation from Rita Mutesi Kabaiza from Willis Towers Watson, who was giving us a brief on the insurance risks and the risking projects. And she was talking about, since from 2018, insurers made losses while premiums covered up to about $1 billion. And yet the firms made claims of 1.3 billion globally. So that's about 300 million in terms of losses. But she explained that it's advisable to work with insurance so as to design and assess the risks and judge how much risk to cover with the insurance companies. We had another presentation from Vincent Keddy, the Commissioner at the Directorate of Geology, Surveys and Mines, giving us quick highlights and detail regarding the mining law and how the law intends to streamline operations by introducing competitive bidding, creating transparent certification of minerals, and introducing government participation in the sector. And he pledged that the government is committed to supporting investors, and they are open, and any ideas that can come in, they can always discuss and be able to improve. We had another one from Mr. Ande, who was speaking about Uganda needs to develop the smaller players in the industry because their success leads to attracting big players. Obviously, that's the distinction between junior mining companies and the large mining companies, because the junior mining companies usually find, and the large mining companies then operate and develop the big mines. He says this has happened successfully in countries like Tanzania, Zambia, and the DRC, and all the risks that should be mitigated so that investors can have confidence to come into the country and do presentations. So that was what was covered yesterday, very briefly. And right now, today, we will be covering value chains, feasible value chains, and optimizing regional linkages. And we'll have a panel discussion on the green energy revolution and the energy transition and the role of the mineral sector. And then we'll also lastly be covering how do we position for green energy transition and the future of mining as a country. So that is the recap and what we shall be looking at today. We have a couple of distinguished ladies and gentlemen who will be presenting to us, experts, policymakers, and practitioners. We ask that we can all be able to put our questions in place so we can leave this place with better knowledge than we came. And since we are about an hour late, allow me at this juncture to invite the straight talking, direct our chairman, Board of Trustees, Honorable Richard Kaijuka, to come and say a few words and then introduce the minister to give us a presentation.
Honorable Minister, distinguished members of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be very brief this morning. I do not intend to take any moment of your time because we're a bit late, and we have a very distinguished speaker, presenter in our midst, and protocol, if they permit me, I will introduce her and get straight into business because she has shared with me that she has time limitation. So we've had to adjust the program so that she addresses us first. And she has gracefully agreed that she will have a few moments if any of us have any questions before she leaves. So give a round of applause for her to have agreed to come and address us. Dr. Monica Msenero doesn't need any introduction. In Uganda, she's renowned as the most vibrant scientist that we know of in our midst. And she's so passionate about this subject of innovation. And having been appointed the new Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, you can imagine the responsibility. So rather than imagine that it is someone from heaven, it is someone that is very near us. You have the wonderful floor to address the audience. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Board of Trustees, for that very vibrant introduction. All protocol observed. Allow me to dive direct into my presentation, and I'll request the technical people, as they put the slides, I'll just say a few words. Oh, good, they are here. I would like to say a few words in the context anyway. So I was informed that I should address Uganda's strategy. What is Uganda's strategy on mineral-led industrialization and development? And as a nation, we are focusing a lot on some immediate or intermediate outcomes or outputs of whatever we do. And I will be going through that. So summarize that as creating jobs along the mineral exploitation value chain, creating value for the citizens, creating opportunity, and making sure that the nation feels the presence of wealth as a whole. So I'll begin by sharing just reminding you of the obvious that we all know. Uganda has a vision. We have a vision. Oh, thank you so much for this, so I don't have to turn. So Uganda has a vision, and sometimes we forget that vision. But as government, we are daily implementing that vision. We may not always be singing, oh, Vision 2040, Vision 2040, but all the time we are moving towards that vision. So this vision is to present a transformed Ugandan society from the current status of peasantry or subsistence into a modern and prosperous country within 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this was from 2010. So we have spent 12 years, and we have 18 years to go. So we would like to position, or readjust, or remind everybody that we are on the road to Vision 2040. We are on the road to a modern and transformed society, and each and every one of us is a contributor to that, not just a few. So I'll just walk through a few of the working definitions. They may not be the technical definitions, but at operational level, at decision-making level, as we are working, there are some things that we are considering. One is economic transformation. And it underlies some of the policies that may come up. Some of the policies, you may not be happy with them, but these definitions, these operational level definitions, are critical for us. What is the operational definition of economic transformation? This is moving people from low to high productivity activities, or from low value to high value occupations. And would like to see a mass shift to the right, moving from subsistence productivity, which currently predominates, including in the mining industry, majority of the Ugandans who are participating are in subsistence. Some of them work in very dangerous environments, very dangerous situations to try and scrape a livelihood from the chance that they have minerals in their environment. We have those miners, some of them, they are called illegal, some of them are artisan, some of them, and they hardly make a living. There are few people who make the money, but the average Ugandan participating in the industry is living a subsistence life. Now we would like to shift that the majority of people participating in every industry and value chain are engaged in value-added, knowledge-based occupations. So this is an underlying definition and translation of economic transformation. It's going to involve a change in where people are occupied. And as we make decisions and policies, this is the definition that underlies that. Where are the Ugandans? And my primary interests are Ugandans. There may be a lot of expatriates occupying the various hierarchies, but where is the Ugandan? And as you can see, these were the statistics. At the beginning of Vision 2040, we had a very large percentage of the population is in subsistence agriculture. Then there are a few involved in this industry. Really, the majority of them are also in subsistence. Even when you go to services, the majority are in subsistence. Boda motorcycle, boda bicycle, roadside food vending, taxi, and So the engagement of Ugandans in the value chains has hitherto remained predominantly in the subsistence. There are few in the value-added, knowledge-based occupations. By 2040, we want to move, hope this works, by 2040, we want to move to this, where we have a smaller percentage of the population in agriculture, which is value-added and knowledge-based agriculture, industrialized, commercialized, and the people involved in there have a better quality of livelihood. Industry, we plan to have 26% of the population, and a bigger proportion of that in value-added, knowledge-based, as well as the service. And of course, when we have a well-developed mineral industry, we open up a lot of service opportunities and jobs. I've seen all these. When those value chains of the presentations he has been summarizing, when all those value chains are developed, then we'll open up a lot of opportunities for Ugandans along those value chains. And we have the second term, socioeconomic development. You are more familiar with this than me. However, I just wanted to remind us of the figures at the bottom of the presentation, so that as we plan, we know that we are working towards, as we go through the GDP per capita, as we go through per capita income and all this, but also to the side, to this side, we have the less tangible indicators. We want our people to live a life of dignity. I'm an epidemiologist, and so I have done a lot of investigation of diseases around mines. And sometimes the industry doesn't care about the population around. I had an experience participating in an investigation of massive lead poisoning in Nigeria, and it was terrible. It was terrible. But because the people involved in the mines are higher in society, they can lobby for that continuation while they are poisoning the water and the soil. So we want to make sure that as Uganda develops further, we want dignity. of the people, both those working in the industry and those living around the industry. So that even as we are developing the GDP, the income per capita, life expectancy, literacy, we are also taking care of this. And we have seen people working in these mines without proper protection. So we want to make sure that the industry has developed to a level where the industry carries its people with dignity. They are involved in value not only in terms of income, but the value for life. Of course, you know, we have been running. We have targets of the GDP in terms of the NDPs, and we are here in NDP 3. Our goals as set was 1,198. We hope we can surpass it. And if the players in the industry can really help us to create the value-added jobs, then we should be able to surpass. We are quite close to achieving it, but we would want to go and catch up with the original targets of Vision 2040. And then, of course, soon we shall start planning for NDP 4. And now, the next definition is the societal transformation, changing people. When people change their feeling towards their perception of something, they change their value systems. This may not be monetary, but it has to be a deep and sustained systematic change in a society where people change, where people transform, look at life totally differently. Right now, when I think when the average person in the village thinks about work, they think about getting up, picking a hoe, and going to the garden. What about if the majority think about getting up and going to their station in the mining industry? And that is how they value their life. If we handle certain industries badly, this can become negative. And this also influences attitude towards industry. Because if we continuously have negative attitude towards industrial activities, as you see, every time we are trying to do something, the society is opposed. And then you have to work and they are easily mobilized. And they even ignore what is good for them. So we want to have a society which has a positive mindset towards the development of the industries which help them. And they are not working to, to milk as much and inflict as much pain as possible to development of industry. I'm sure that you have faced this, tried to mitigate it by giving a few social responsibility things, but the attitude. So we also want to see a society which is positive. And for that to happen, the community, because it is high time these things first benefited Uganda maximally. Okay. Now, what is the national strategy? The national strategy overall is science-led. I should have added knowledge-based social economic transformation of every sector in Uganda. Science-led. Now, in the past, we have simply followed. People came with a recommendation from somewhere, and we implemented that. Now, we have to participate in the science. We think we have enough capital to participate in the science. So it's all strategies, all approaches, all projects are going to involve quite a good amount of discussion and debate with the local scientific community before it moves forward. And we have our science, there are 3 levels of science. We have the technology importation, where we bring in all that technology. And basically, this is what exploitation and export of raw minerals involves. Bring in technology, extract minerals, take them out with minimum or no value addition. And to that one, we are saying absolutely no. No. Wherever it still is, we are developing the science to move the bar and say no. I think that one, those who have taken, they have taken enough. It is no. It's no longer a strategy. Technology transfer to this side is when you bring in technology, but use that technology to develop technology and give opportunity to the citizens to input in the future versions of that technology. Give them an opportunity to improve with a possibility of future ownership. So technology transfer, yes, we can't start very independent, but we have to start somewhere. And we are very happy let's have technology coming, but to develop the local capacity, to support producing something, not to simply bring technology, pick what the technology can pick, and take it away. And that dictates that there must be a lot of involvement of Ugandans across the value chain to develop their capacity, not peripheral, because they will never access the value-added jobs if they are simply parking things on trucks. So our strategy is technology transfer and technology development. We are participating now very actively in locally developing technology. So apart from the technology that we bring in to help us develop value addition, to help us move industries forward, we are also actively working to have technologies developed and blend it with the imported technology in terms of technology transfer. So these are principles underlying a lot of things, a lot of decisions, a lot of bills, a lot of policies which are coming. If there are some which have slipped through and we were not very, we will recall them and work on them. So I want us to move together, and all of us are going to get a bigger, better value for the society. We'll achieve societal transformation, economic transformation, and socio-economic development. What's the vision? The vision is to make Uganda the best. And when I say that, I believe it so fully with my entire life and invite you to join me on the platform which is poised to make Uganda the best. It's already the best because it's the best piece of real estate on planet Earth. It's gifted by nature. And our presence here is on that gifting by nature. What has been missing is the human element for us to harness these minerals, to harness all the resources that we have. We want to make it the most technologically advanced and most innovative nation in the region. So as you're working, as you're planning, as you are investing, this is the goal. We want to make sure that Uganda stands out. We stand on a plateau. So economically, let's stand higher than everybody. Although we are at the equator, we are so modified that we have the most pleasant weather year-round. So even in every industry, we want to be the most pleasant all around. And the slogan for my ministry that we sing every day, I was tempted to come here in a t-shirt, branded, making Uganda the best. So we want to make Uganda the best. That's the slogan, make Uganda the best. And I'm here to appeal to you to make Uganda the best. Let us make Uganda the best. So we have to achieve that. There are some things that have already been, some decisions and policies that have been put in place. The one is for us to have a national science, technology, and innovation system. And as I told you, science, technology, and innovation, or as we call it, STI, it's embedded in every ministry, every value chain. So we are infusing. So the first thing we started with was to make sure that we have a well-articulated and well-formulated national science, technology, and innovation system. Because one of the things we have been missing is the science. Science refers to the knowledge. Do we have the knowledge? So the moment somebody came and told you that approach is impossible, we all just said, oh, that approach is impossible. We all echoed it. Oh, that approach is impossible. Not anymore. The word impossible doesn't exist in science. It's just that we have not yet found it. So the word impossible, if something is impossible for us now to add value here, then let's leave it in the ground until the knowledge comes. Then we can add value. So this also puts science, technology, and innovation at office of the president, such that there is freedom to work and interact with all MDAs, other than if it was a peer sector. So we don't have anymore a Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. We have a secretariat headed by a technical minister, yours truly. And she's so passionate about science. I can literally learn anything in science. It doesn't matter which subject it is, and I give it time. So we have positioned science at the core of our strategies to make sure we have the relevant knowledge, to make sure that we have the relevant technology, not just technology importation, but technology transfer, and a good understanding into the technologies which are being used and input. And then the innovation is the assembly of the science and the technology to make things better, to deliver things better. So all that now, for almost each and every priority sector, we have interministerial committees. So you will see that I'm heavily engaged in minerals. Right now we are piloting iron ore, and I will be sharing a few slides of our concerns, of our thoughts about iron ore. So we want to make sure that we work together, everybody, and you can see private sector is somewhere, private sector is down here. We work with all the other MDAs. There are MDAs that are the leader of that, but wherever there is need for science and technology application, we are key players, and we play the role sometimes of the secretariat to make sure that we are using science, technology, and innovation in the approach, especially to the mineral industry, beneficiation, which is a priority at this moment. The second one is prioritization. We cannot do everything if we want to do things well. Things must follow a series. So we have put prioritization. There are priority industries. There are priority value chains, industrial value chains. And here, minerals falls in the infrastructure development. So these are the 8 industrial value chains where we are infusing a lot of knowledge, science, technology, and being key participants in the industry development. The rest, just for your information, the first one is very interesting. It's called pathogen economy. Now, I've had so many appeals from people that we should change the name, because pathogen is supposed to be negative. Pathogens cause disease and they harm us. And every time we have had there is Ebola, like now everybody is on tenterhooks. But do you know that behind that there is a huge economy? And although we are gifted by nature, including pathogens, we have not harnessed them as part of our economy. And now we are doing it. When Ebola makes me sick, Behind it, there is PPE, which you see in those suits, and that's an economy. There are body bags, and that's an economy. And to date, we have been just importing. So every time we have a single case of Ebola, it costs our economy trillions. Because the billions will come in from us, and then a lot of other people, supporters and development partners, they will send out a lot of money to bring in these supplies. So we are developing that. Mobility, I think you have seen our beautiful, wonderful bus, the best in the market. That's the class that we are going for. And we have motorbikes, and we have quite a lot coming up. In the next 2 years, you're going to see a lot. You are investors, position yourselves, because opportunities are coming. Locally developed. Technology transfer, technology development. We have aeronautics. We handed over our first satellite to NASA. They have been changing dates of launching, but it will be launched before the end of this year, but we are working on our Earth station, developing our program. And we have developed a lot of, don't say now that we don't have human capacity in satellite and aerospace technology, because we do. We have so many PhDs. So they are here now to participate. And I know that in the minerals we have a lot. And my ministry, the work is to bring all of them, both those inside the country and those outside, and train more and make sure that they are well organized and coordinated and well oriented with the national priorities. And you know that that technology is critical in the industry. Then we have Industry 4.0. That includes all the electronics and nanotechnologies and the fourth industrial revolution. We have a lot that we are doing. Infrastructure innovations, the biggest component is mineral beneficiation and the development of the local capacity to add value, including technologies for exploitation, developing off-takers, off-take opportunities, because we were informed that the majority of investors in this industry were not interested in local processing because there were no off-takers. So we think that that's a good place to start, to give off-take opportunities. When I add value, who is going to buy? So creating those opportunities so that there is justification for local value addition. Then we have this productivity acceleration, helping Ugandans produce more, import substitution, and value added. The third strategy is the end-to-end pathway. End-to-end pathway. Make sure the science does exist. Make sure that we have industrial viability, and make sure that we have commercial viability. Not simply one spot where we have been. We want to make sure that we have viable translation of technology into innovations where we can now apply. And these technologies the knowledge will fit into what we are using, whichever applications we are using across the value chain for mineral beneficiation. And this also gives us the opportunity to create jobs, value-added jobs across the pathway. So the mineral exploitation, we have natural resources, of course, the minerals starting from sand. If anybody can fly sand out of Uganda, then it has value addition. I don't think they are taking it because they love the smell of Ugandan sand. So making sure that we add value and making sure that we add value to our people, because if the people don't have good understanding, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the ethics, they don't have good capital in them, then they will not utilize their time properly. They may spend a lot of time putting deals in place, but not a lot of time adding value to the nation. So we want to add value. We are adding value already to the people, and the aim is to make sure that the minerals are value added on. If we don't have value addition, we can earn some money from export of minerals, but will not create jobs, will not change the socioeconomic status of the people, will not build Uganda's human capital. And so sustainability of what we have achieved in terms of economic development will be very, very poor. So what are we doing? We are adding knowledge, a lot of scientific knowledge. Some of you you attend our think tanks. I think Uganda is now the country with the largest number of scientific think tanks. All your industries are being discussed in think tanks. So my team lead for this is here. You can stand so that they know you. He's called Dr. Samuel Okodi. He's an engineer, well versed with this industry. And he's focused. He has a think tank which runs every Tuesday, and you are all welcome. It is on Zoom, so you can participate in the discussions which are happening. So there is a lot of knowledge. There is a lot of training going on, both locally. We have very good programs and professors in the country, but we are also sending some people out to learn. So we are building a lot of knowledge base, and the exploitation is going to be knowledge based. Technology development to make sure that there is technology and transfer, both technology development and transfer, and then the human capital development. So we also have development of the infrastructure to exploit the natural resources, and we have a goal. First primary goal is import substitution. It's so strange for us to export iron ore and import steel. Import substitution is the primary goal. We were working very strategically and have been assigned to make sure there is a proper following of most of the things that we are largely importing, yet we have potential to produce them locally. So, and we are looking at it from a value chain approach, not simply saying no more imports, no. A value chain approach. And then productivity acceleration. So I'll just end by giving a brief example. You're all aware that I am not really an engineer, but I'm a scientist. If this was Ebola, you'd sit here until tomorrow. But now that it is minerals, I'll give you an example of one of the things which we are championing now, iron ore. So what are the opportunities for employment and value creation for Uganda? First, exploration. Most of the exploration has been aerial, satellite, and then when it comes now to drilling, to what, most of you who are participating in the industry, you'll bring external people and do that, and we don't build local capacity. There are opportunities for our people now. They are highly trained. They can participate in this. And so we should engage them in the deeper exploration. And we know that we have just touched the surface of exploration. The other layers of exploration. I'm also a participant in the industry. I invest somewhere a little in gold. And we were flying in people from Zimbabwe and South Africa to do for us scientific work. Otherwise, the other people go by guesswork. Why don't we employ our people here locally? Then we have the mine design. Those are all high-level jobs that require expertise, and we have this expertise here. And we are developing more. Those engineers are here, and they can create a lot of value. You know, in permit acquisition, conducting studies, engage the stakeholders to assess the impact, design mining. Most of these, we have been bringing in foreign players to the exclusion of our people. We have mine construction. They may not do it themselves alone, but they are quite senior engineers now who can play a role. And we are looking to that, to provide the roads, power, safety, airlift, communication services. They can play a big role. And we are looking at that as opportunities for job creation for our people. Production. You know, I don't want to go into details because of time, but all these steps, the production, the end of life, of mine life cycle, the reclamation, all those steps, they are job opportunities, and we are looking at harnessing as much as possible as long as we have the capacity. Let us know what you need, and we will train and avail these people to you. Then, this is the iron ore. I have been a student of iron ore over the past few months because we have sophisticated things that are playing in iron ore, and so I have brought myself to understanding. You are all aware we have the best iron ores. I think there is only the second, either we are second or best. The richest ores, we have them here. So it is interesting that up to now, we are mostly using scrap. And the use of scrap has crossed the line. When you see electricity pylons that have cost the country so much being chopped down because there is an industry somewhere that is buying scrap to recycle the steel, and they are cutting down national infrastructure, I think there you say, no, something has to be done. But this is happening because very few of us are utilizing the ore. We are not utilizing the iron ore. So our use of scrap is not utilizing the end of life constructs that we are supposed to be. They are now active players in the industry, actively sourcing wherever we have steel and chopping it down and bringing it back into the factories. I think as players in the industry, we must fight this vice together because it is poised to destroy the industry. Because at one time, government will be forced to make a tough decision. But if we play together, we will not. But my interest now is to make sure that the ore makes its way into value addition and beneficiation. And I've been assigned to lead that process. So that's why I'm even focusing here. I know that in here, there are people who are key players in this. So please, we want to make sure that one, we are able to produce we call it, is it pig iron? We are able to produce that from the ores. The people who are using it now, you are adding minimally and adding the scrap. How can we develop the technology in the current context of green economy? So I have learned that the majority of people use this in the industry at the moment. Now, in terms of maximum beneficiation and value chain development, at the moment, the upper part, we have these products here on the upper part, the red parts, and mostly from recycled steel as scrap and a little entry of the iron ore. Now, as a nation, we have an interest in the blue lines. I think some people produce some bars and iron rods from the rolling mills, But these tubes, these thick tubes, as well as the structural mills to give us layer steel, to give us the big pipes that we need, to give us the construction, heavy duty construction steel. We don't yet have it. We are interested in having it. And so most of the people, the first people who will go into this, the government will provide the off-taker, because we still have a lot of construction and we are spending a lot importing steel for this. Major railway constructions planned, but it's prohibitive because we have to buy and import and transport the steel. So right now we are interested. Remember, one of our strategies is end-to-end. End-to-end. Sending out finished, at least, maybe not finished these products as using, but at least as close to finished as possible. And we want to have that which we need in the country achieved locally. And in terms of processing of iron ore, many people think that we do not have enough energy. Believe me, I've talked to many of the industry players, so I've gathered my knowledge. And some have told me outright, no, abandon that. Remember, we said impossible doesn't exist. Because the science we know now was impossible yesterday. But now it is here. So we have a lot of opportunities for energy, because many people have said, oh, we can't go into green processing of iron ore because it consumes too much energy. We can calculate the energy. The science is there. And we have opportunities for methane. We have gas as part of the oil industry. We have gas. We have geothermal energy development opportunities. Last night in the think tank, we were discussing all these opportunities. Hydro, we still have a lot of opportunities for developing hydro. And we have solar and wind. And we are looking scientifically through the feasibility and prioritization. We could start with one form of energy which is abundantly available now, like hydro. 50% of the energy we generate, we are paying for it without using it. So it's available for channeling into iron ore processing. And the gas opportunities are coming up, but there's also gas in the neighboring countries. So we have looked at the costs, current costs of production, of energy, of iron, using the energy that is required. And right now we know that coal seems to be the cheapest if we are not using electricity. But if you're using the current technology where we are only doing recycling of scrap, then electricity is very cheap. And I suspect, I don't know, you'll correct me, but I suspect this is why everybody is in scrap. Have I brought your secret to surface? Yeah, because it is profitable to use electricity. But the national strategy, and because of that, we are not going into the iron ore. Because it is cheap to process scrap, or cheaper to process scrap using electricity. Because we are dodging this, but I think this is a strategic direction that we need to sit and think and come up with a pathway. And we have also gone into these energy requirements, the knowledge, the science. Remember, I told you the science, the STI is first science, so we are analyzing each and every component, and we have looked at the cost, and we are going to be using this to calculate and come up with the best pathway for the country. Our primary interest is to process our iron ore first for import substitution in all across the spectrum, And then we can export first to the region and then to the world as it comes. We have zero or negative interest. Actually, we have negative 100 interest in exporting unprocessed or just there is this pig iron. We are not interested in exporting pig iron, please. Don't build your industry in exporting pig iron. We are not interested in that. So currently the electricity which is available is that, as you know, and the annual capacity. We are very aware that as consumption grows, we are going to run out of the surplus electricity. But we are again working in a value chain approach. We are looking at each in an integrated. There is not only vertical integration, but there is horizontal integration, such that every pillar which supports the industry is growing to support it where it stands. And this is the supply in the sources by source in the ecosystem of energy, because energy is critical for mining. It's critical for value addition especially. It's critical, and so we are looking at energy parallel to what we can do with the mineral sector. We'll skip that. Now, apart from energy, the other critical input for alloying, to make those other useful steel products, which we don't want to look at the moment. And we don't, the reason we have said we are making Uganda the best is because we don't want anyone anymore to sweep us aside that, you know, this is not possible now. Why is it possible elsewhere and not here? I have not seen a human being with a red brain. Black or white or yellow, what we all have? Cream brain. Whitish cream. The same gray matter. So we can do it. And we are ready to do it. So they're saying, no, you see, Uganda, based on where you are, you cannot do this. So by the time we process, we get these other value chains developed, we will have no more iron ore. So we cannot alloy. So then we'll be forced to export all these also without value addition. So the investment opportunities include working on these other value chains, the metals, the other minerals that play a role in adding value to iron ore. So they are not, it's not just you going to we are exploiting, the science is being worked on through technology transfer, but also being worked on locally. We are working on the science, and government is investing heavily in it to make sure that the technology, so where we say, if you say, no, you see, we cannot process this mineral here, what about where you are taking it? What are they doing with it? Are they eating it? No. If they can do it there, we can do it here. Discuss with us and we see the possibilities. So there are opportunities for developing all these because they are necessary in maximum beneficiation of iron ore. So in order for us to establish viable iron ore mineral exploitation value chain in the Ugandan economy, the opportunities that we are looking at in exploration, infrastructure, development is driving the development of the parallel inputs like the space technology, the satellite technology, and the accruing outputs, the human capital development, the skilling, the training, the research, the energy resource development, the alloying mineral value chains development, the local venture capital policies and capacity development. Many people have had challenges when you're working in something which is just beginning. There are those which are fully established, but there are those which are just beginning. And the mainstream funders may not be very sure of funding you at the beginning. So we are working on the local venture capital policies, especially for startups, for those moving in yet unsure technology value chains. And there is a lot of emphasis on local content promotion. So the STI position is a strategy to have all the above developed and moving in tandem. I know you were tired of my voice, and you're very happy to see that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for God and my country.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I'm so pleased that I was whispering to her. She has agreed that for a few minutes, just to be cost effective with our approach, I had wanted Mr. Dennis Kusasira, if you could come and just in 2 minutes summarize the challenges before we ask 1 or 2 questions. With your permission, I thought it would be useful to listen to challenges, then we can put 1 or 2 questions before you go, if you don't mind. Dennis.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Dennis Kusasira, and I am a lawyer, but so much involved in the mining and oil and gas sector. So I'm here not to speak for the mining companies, but from my own perspective, depending on what I have seen, advising on these projects, right from the oil and gas ones, the refinery, the Sukulu project, the iron ore in Kabale, and the tin mines in Tungamo. So I am speaking on the basis of what I have seen as the challenges, and I think we are blessed to have the Minister for Science and Technology to listen into what we want to put across. And we see, as you, Madam Minister, emphasizing the science, we also want to emphasize a little bit of the economics in these things, because the two go hand in hand when it comes to this industry. My understanding from my experience now is that this is the journey we need to walk. And somewhere I will ask where we are today on this journey. We have exploration, of course, which is simply science, information gathering. We are looking for whether there are minerals in the ground, and exploration has got stages. You have the early exploration, where I think government participates by providing us the data, like from the aeromagnetic survey and the interpretation of that data, and then we take it from there. The mining companies, they go and do geochemical studies. They do drilling, they do trenching, they take samples, they test them, and then prove for us how much of the resource we have. And then mining, and then mineral processing, which I think apparently the mining companies are stopping at that orange part, and now the argument is whether they should proceed to smelting, and then we go to manufacturing, and then have the final products. I don't need to emphasize much on the reason why value addition should be done in country. There are reasons, there are policy reasons, and I think those have been mentioned many times. I don't need to speak so much about them. In terms of where we are, I don't know. We will get so many answers to this question. From government perspective, it would be different. From the mining companies, could also be different. From my perspective, is we are most likely to be where that green is, in my view. And we need to walk up to the blue. What are the conflicting views that I've had in my practice? Government is insisting that 1 to 4 must be done now. Should do now, 1 to 4. And you should stop exporting anything until you do 1 to 4. Mining companies must do 1 to 4 or form joint ventures with investors who can do 4. That's the position of government as far as I can summarize it, even from the Honorable Minister's statement, presentation. The mining companies on the other side are saying 1 to 3 can take place now. We can do exploration, we can do mining for those areas where minerals have been discovered in mineable quantities. And also we can do upstream processing, which is liberating the mineral from the gang, sizing, separating it, drying it, and actually doing what we call concentration. And then that's where we are. Most of the time, that's where we are in the mineral sector. Mining companies believe that we need feasibility studies to prove that actually 4 can take place. And it's not a general one, but for each mineral that we are talking about, not a general statement of all minerals can be done generally like that. We need to specifically do studies on each of them. Mining companies are not vertically integrated, Honorable Minister. They do exploration. Actually, you can find exploration companies that don't do mining. You can find mining companies that do both. But my experience is that mining companies don't run vertically integrated businesses. They do stop at 3. And when you talk about 4, most of the time, this is midstream business, the way you have in the oil and gas, Total, Sinok, Tullow previously, and we are looking at an investor in the refinery. So we are going to get a totally different person doing the midstream. So even in the mineral sector, this is how we look at it. And we are saying that companies don't have any leverage to force the independent midstream players to set up in Uganda. They will take their own decision based on their own economic evaluation. But in the meantime, we are stuck at point 3. And what are the hurdles, Honorable Minister, that we need to work on together? The first one is the economies of scale, which are very critical for the midstream sector, for the mining industry. My experience, not here in Uganda because we don't have smelters, but from my training in my master's degree, I came to realize that for mineral economics, if a smelter cannot be assured of large enough volumes to support to have feedstock to support the process to operate up to an optimal scale, they are not going to be incentivized to invest anything in smelting. And what I see in Uganda is that we do not have big mines for any mineral product as of today. For us as mining companies to tell people to come and invest in smelting or refining. So we need to develop those mines, or if we can't, we need to find many mines pulling together. We don't have a single mine, but also we don't have many mines that can supply any particular mineral, be it iron ore, be it tin, be it wolfram, be it tantalite, be it anything that can support a midstream facility as of today. What does that mean? Is that much as we want to go value add, much as we want to do in-country processing, we should not forget that we need to do the green, we need to do that brown slide, that brown section, and the processing. If we don't have visibility on what the government policy is going to be, most likely no investment is going to flow into exploration, and no investment is going to flow into mine development. Then we get stuck. We get stuck because there's no mine, so there will be no smelter. So it's going to be a chicken and egg. What do you do first? What do you do last? Then availability of inputs. This is a live experience for me from the Sukuru project, that when we were looking at the iron ore processing there to do steel, we hit a snag that we could not find metallurgical coal. In Uganda, there is zero completely. There's even no hope. In East Africa, we could not find. The one in Tanzania is not good for metallurgical purposes. And we looked at South Africa, and it was not very easy to ship coal from there up to here cost effectively. So when we did the models, we could find that actually our iron bar would become more expensive than the one imported. So what does this mean, Honorable Minister? It's not enough for you to have the raw material. The mineral, one mineral, iron ore, is not enough, and I saw it in your slides. I saw coal there, I saw natural gas there. And the natural gas is there in associated gas with the oil, but my knowledge is that it's not enough. The oil companies are reserving it for other purposes, not for what we are looking at here. The other problem is the absence of enough downstream market. International the selling products produced in any country is very competitive. No one is going to cut you slack because you are from Uganda and you are passionate. Therefore, they should buy your product more expensive than any other seller. What does that mean? That we must then be able to, first of all, depend on our internal market. And the internal market is in Uganda. We always emphasize, Uganda, Africa, East Africa, but I know for sure that when it comes to economics, it works differently. I was involved in negotiating previously for the refinery project, and I learned that even when we produce our oil, when we refine our oil here, there is a catchment market beyond which you can't sell that oil, lest you are more expensive than the person importing from the coast. So you have your iron ore in Kabale. I don't know the distance between Kampala and Kabale. It's quite a distance. And then from there, now you take it to Tororo, then Tororo to the border, and then to Mombasa. So it means that if you are to have success, you must have the internal markets supporting at least primarily the smelting companies to be able to supply the downstream, and the downstream can sell the product and can support the cost of operating a mine. I have an example here of one of the minerals that we have in Uganda where there is advanced development, which is vermiculite in Uganda, in Manafa district. And we've been trying to look at how best we can add value to vermiculite in Uganda. And we've tried to look at what has happened in countries like South Africa, which have mined these for decades. And we looked at the case of Parabora mine in South Africa, which has been operating that mine since 1960s. And we can see that they have been very keen on adding value, but all they could do for all those years is to add only up to 60%. Why? Because there is no internal market that can be able to consume whatever value added they can do. And we'll try to model using the Uganda's GDP, using the South Africa's GDP in comparison, and we saw that even a small mine like Namekala vermiculite mine can only, it is operating at 24,000 tons per annum now, projected to go to 80,000 tons per annum by 2033. But over those 10 years, I think the only value kind of exfoliated vermiculite can be used in the Ugandan economy, if we project the growth the way it is, will be about 800 tons of vermiculite that is exfoliated. So it means that even if you want to grow the market, you may not be able to grow the market to a level that can sustain a mine by way of meeting the cost of operating the mine. And this, Honorable Minister, is now you can see is not only about science, there's a lot of economics in these things. And if we ignore the economics and focus on the science alone, we are likely to lose the point. I'm about done. What is happening in that mine in Namekara? They are doing up to upstream processing. They do the mining, they do the magnetic separation and removing the iron ore and other impurities from the vermiculite. They dry it, they mill it, they screen and winnow it, and then granulate it into sizes that are required on the world market. Then now the next stage would be what we call exfoliation. Exfoliation is heating the vermiculite to increase its size. And when you heat the vermiculite, if you have 1 container of vermiculite and you heat it, exfoliate it, you're going to get 12 of those. Same weight, same value, huge logistical problem because you've not actually added value. You have created a huge volume. No value changed because the cost will be the same, the price is the same. And this is one where government is also insisting that you should exfoliate here. There's no internal market. Even internal market can be grown, cannot sustain that mine, but the government is insisting you should exfoliate and export exfoliated vermiculite. But what also we know is that for a mineral like that, the exfoliation normally takes place near the end user. Why? Because you can't transport it beyond certain distances before it goes bad. It attracts moisture, and if you transport it through the high seas, it's going to become mold. It develops molds, and it goes bad. So that's why we normally export it at concentrate level, and then the person going to use it exfoliate it next door and uses it. But this is also one of those that the government says it's possible, you should do it. This is one where, Honorable Minister, you will agree that impossibility can exist sometimes. So my concluding remarks, Honorable Minister, is that the policy measures to support downstream integration would not be bad, but they should be designed on the basis of the understanding as to why downstream processing is not happening, is not taking place without government intervention. Because if government has not had to push a lot the mining companies to come here and do the mining, we should ask ourselves, why are they stopping at a certain stage without thinking diabolically that the reason they are doing that is because of colonial, the reason they are doing that because they want to exploit. We need to go into deeper understanding why exactly, and some of these are actually economic points. They are not personal, they are not really up to evil thinking. The processing of minerals to add value is determined by prudent business evaluation of business benefits and risks. It's not going to happen by decree. It's not going to happen by order. Lest government is going to do it itself. But even when government attempts at doing it, they will discover and learn the hard lesson that if you ignore economics and concentrate only on science, you can actually get a big problem. The projects aimed at political, social objectives, but which do not meet commercial imperatives should not be encouraged. And lastly, Honorable Minister, is that suspending export of concentrates because of value addition, in my view, is going to affect exploration and in the end kill the mining sector. We need to think about how we can balance as we go on this journey, how to balance and make sure that we don't again kill exploration and mining. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, the Honorable Minister is hard pressed with time, but I thought she should listen in to the challenges, and because she's so busy, I noticed that she really is multitasking. I have a feeling that we may have to have, I request that even when you are debating these policies, have a moment to listen to players like us who are in the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, the practitioners, so that even if you articulate a policy, you at least have listened to stakeholders. It's a big suggestion I want to leave with you before you go, because we can't do justice to this subject. I would have loved you sparing more time so that members can ask. Now, we'll have just, the minister will spare the 2 minutes, then, because I have my own other questions myself.
Thank you very much, Chair and the Legal Counsel, for articulating the positions. If I can summarize what you have said, it's Uganda should stick to exporting minimally processed minerals. That's what makes economic sense to the, I hope I'm accurate. That's where I think the blue or the red was on the slide. Now, I appreciate the challenges that you have presented, but at the same time, I wish you to appreciate the views of the state. In that which you have articulated, how are you going to provide the jobs? Show me the value-added jobs, and I won't quarrel with you. Yeah. Once there are value-added jobs, for us to continue with the same status quo, which has been there since the advent of mining on the African continent, is no longer tenable. So our partners and investors, the government has not set a rigid saying this must be this for everything, but we want to negotiate, we want to discuss. And it's a wrong assumption that we are not considering the economics. That is a wrong assumption. As you have seen, and even beyond that, what we talk about is just the tip of the iceberg. Government, especially this government of fishermen, is no longer that government of just political ministers and people who don't know what they are talking about. We do detailed study. I have taken case studies of mining, and I've followed the cash. I've read industrial reports from international research agencies. So I know a little bit, maybe not as much, but I know a little bit. And I believe that where there is goodwill, discussion is possible. There is still a lot of room for discussion. Now, at the moment, the value chain that I'm very conversant with, which I have studied, is iron. I'm not very sure. I'm going to take on vermiculite now that you've raised it. So I'll not comment on vermiculite, but iron ore, it is possible for investors to invest in that value chain and make money. It may not be as big as you should have got previously. But when you get so big and alienate the community, the profit is not as good. So let's work together. Let's work together, let's explore. And moreover, legal counsel, you're called what? Kawesa? Dennis. There is the complex of greening which is even going to make things more expensive. If you never start anything, you'll never start. I'm telling you, we will never know whether there is sufficient market in Uganda and East Africa for iron products, for steel products, until we have invested in it, until we have tried it. We would like to welcome those who would like to work as prototypers so that we start and demonstrate and create confidence. And government has not said. Actually, government had run the other side saying this side is only for private sector. Government has come back. We have come back. There are components we can do well. There are components private sector can do well. Joint ventures, government parastatals, working together with the private sector are back in vogue. So we are not unrealistic in that we just sit there and dictate and say this. No, that's not the thing. We want to discuss. We want to discuss the probabilities. We want to discuss the possibilities. We want to discuss technological business models, investment models, and how to progress. So that is what we are discussing now. And I think that in the rest of the conference, and maybe in the future, especially for iron ore, we are going to call a meeting of all stakeholders, government and we sit. Because here we need to come up with a practical solution now. For that, we talked about prioritization. We may not need to deal with everything at a go, but let's start and prototype. It's not going to be satisfactory to any Ugandan now to say that we should just take out raw materials and export them. I remember when I was in primary, there used to be a question on our exams called "Copper is mined at ... and smelted at ... So smelting is not new. In Uganda, it was mined in Kilembe and smelted at Ginger. Now I know why it was at Ginger. Then I didn't know, I just had to remember the name. So I think that if we apply the science, the law, the technology, we can come up with something which is mutually beneficial, giving the government opportunity to achieve our objectives with the nation, giving you opportunities to make some profit in a very sustainable manner, and sustaining Uganda. So the view that government is dictating is not correct. Government is discussing with the science. So the things that people in the industry sometimes are so used to the technology they have, especially those who come here because you import particular technology equipment. But there is a lot of new technology which is coming up. And government is willing to co-invest in those components which you may think are not feasible. So government is willing to co-invest so that we can make the minerals beneficial to our country. Market does not exist where there is no product. So you can't say there is no market for downstream products when you have not produced any. We are importing those things, and sometimes we are not importing because they are too expensive and not accessible. So we cannot say there is no downstream market. Initially, it was the same thing. There will be no market for pharmaceuticals in Uganda. There will be no market for this and this industry in Uganda, but we have proved otherwise. The other day, the first Deputy Prime Minister waved off our first export of infusion fluids. The other medicines we have been exporting, but now we can export everything that we have put our foot down, sat down with our investors, had a reasoned discussion. And really we have now capacity to discuss together. I read a book called the Bible, And even God called the man and said, come now, let us reason together. Let us settle the matter. That is my final word to you. We are not dictating, we are inviting you to discuss so that we can come up with solutions that benefit this nation. Just because Uganda is not manufacturing certain things now does not mean that we cannot do it tomorrow. So, vertical and parallel integration, job creation, economic development, socio-economic transformation of the nation. Thank you very much. I wish I could have stayed longer, but I have to run. But we will be listening in, and if there are issues that you need to present to me, I think I'm one of the most available ministers. Some there will can give you my number, and you can always reach me anytime, phone call, and we can make appointment and discuss, and a lot of the final decisions we are going to make together. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
I'm afraid we have. Eh? Yes. Sorry, we've had to change the program because of the availability and presence of our Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. Now, I would like to move a vote of thanks because she has to leave. Before we give a round of applause, I just wanted to capture two things. One, you've ended on, I think, a meaningful middle road, where you are saying you are ready as policymakers to discuss. It's extremely important that you as policymakers discuss, because otherwise, if it was total dictation, it would cause problems. So I wanted to salute you very much, and I want to encourage that spirit so that not all minerals are put in one basket, but each mineral is analyzed vis-a-vis technology, processing, and what products it relates to. If we had time, we would even go into specifics. For example, we have rare earth, we want to go into it. It's a whole detailed process where even refining is done in only one country, which is called China. But we want to go into that. But I welcome the aspect of discussing. That's number one. Two, in a nutshell, what Dennis was saying, when you hear of Uganda having minerals, and you have this map that we present, oh, Uganda is full of minerals. Which minerals are you talking about? You are really talking about these, you've seen anomalies or artisanal. Those are no minerals. That's why Uganda is not known as a mining destination. We must invest heavily in exploration, so that we can quantify what minerals are down and which can make economic sense moving forward. So, as we discuss, we want to realign. We who are in the field, in the trenches, and you policymakers, thank God it is led by scientists, but also the economics, the financing is really important. We can talk for hours on end. Permit me on your behalf to really thank Dr. Monica Musenero for that wonderful presentation. I can see the passion. You have the passion, you have the knowledge, you have what it takes. The only thing we are praying for is, please don't remain academic. We just want you to come down and deal with us who are in the trenches. Then Uganda will fly along the vision we are all dedicated to. It's wonderful to have a vision. Let's have the dream, but let's be practical. Let's not be theoretical. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, before you step out, we request to have a group photo with you. Thank you so much. I invite all the sponsors. Please come on board. All our sponsors, Hima Cement, Renzori, Rare Earth, Ionic, Stanbic, Centenary Bank. CEO, please. No, feel free. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for sparing time to be with us and to assure us that there is room for discussion with the government. We appreciate. So the investors in the room, we have all the encouragement that this is not the final thing, it's not the nail, the last nail, but there is room for discussion.
Thank you, Naomi. Obviously, as you've noticed, our program has been a bit distorted, but we have the minister's representative here, so it will still have the same impact. Allow me at this juncture to invite Dr. Justus Massa, the Senior Staff Scientist, Max Planck Institute for Chemical Energy Conversion from Germany, to do a presentation on the opportunities that Uganda and East Africa region can take advantage of in the energy transition. Welcome, Dr. Massa.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to speak before you. Speaking after the minister, she has preempted my talk to some extent. My talk is going to be slightly different. I'm going to speak about opportunities that the East African region and Africa as a whole can take off in the green energy transition. I'm going to address what I consider to be a missing link. The missing link in the sense that our continent is rich in mineral resources that have existed time immemorial, but yet we have not used these minerals to deliver economic and social goods for our people. Now, listening to the enabling environment that people have talked about, the economics, banking, finances, the problems that we always talk about, I thought that one aspect is always ignored along the pipeline of innovation, where knowledge begins. Now with that, allow me to begin with a quotation from a famous scientist, Max Planck, and the quotation is, "Insight must precede application." Now, if you do not know Max Planck is the father of the quantum theory. Now, the quantum theory, simple as it sounds, for those of you who are doing mineral exploration, you would not be able to identify one single element if there was no knowledge of the quantum theory. You would not have all these electronic communications that we have here today if the quantum theory did not exist. Now, I'm mentioning this because there is a significant underappreciation of fundamental knowledge where all innovation begins from. And I want also to challenge us that in trying to look at what are the missing links, we need to, there are opportunities around this missing link. And I'm going to address this missing link as lack of investments in the research and innovation space, but also linking that to knowledge generation, creating fundamental knowledge to the end of use of this knowledge. Now, for emphasis again, as I've mentioned, without the quantum theory, if you don't know about this, all the modernity that you enjoy today, this communication we're having here could not have been possible without fundamental investigation. And how does this spread? I'm a chemist, and I know that all the analysis that you need to do geochemical investigations on minerals, you use spectroscopic techniques, and there's no spectroscopy that does not use the quantum theory to identify the element. Now, this is also important in the sense that there are properties that we do not. I'm an academician, and we value intellectual property. What's the value of a single intellectual property? There are significant assets there, and where do we find them? We must put this, we find this in the brains of people. As I address this, I'm going to link that then to where are the missing links and where should we be speaking about. Now, for the context of my presentation, I'm going to divide myself into three parts. One as a passionate scientist, as an academician, and as a patriotic Ugandan. Now, as a passionate scientist, I've done science, and I have to blow my own trumpet if no one will do it for me. I was selected one of the most promising scientists on the African continent at an award that was given by President Kagame in Rwanda. So this is a very high honor as an African scientist. Now, that preceded many awards that I got in the space of innovation, innovating patents, and patents are an asset that you can trade. I'm happy that one of my patents was bought by Biomaterials. Biomaterials, big manufacturer of agrochemicals, medicines, but my patent was in the space of green energy revolution. So that is me as a passionate scientist. Now, me as an academician, Mark, will you stand up that they will see you? Now, Mark is a student, was my student at Chambogo University who studied chemical engineering. He got a first-class degree. Now, there are many people like Mark who are extremely passionate. They want to do things. They have no space for engagement. I feel that we're wasting our resources. Now, when we talk about we cannot transform this continent until we do like the Honorable Minister said, we begin to center consideration for transformation on the people. That's where we must be looking. When I look at a young man like Mark and I see that he is extremely energetic, together we are trying to build systems for breaking water to create hydrogen and use that hydrogen in hydrogen fuel cells. And hydrogen fuel cells are the ultimate green energy for eternity. Now, your lithium-ion batteries that we have been talking about here, this is a finite resource with a lot of geopolitical risks. Now I'm going to address a little bit some of these constraints that too much reliance on a finite resource might draw us into. And there's no better time to put this into sharp focus than the current crisis that we have in Europe because of the Russia-Ukraine war and looking at how the effects are rippling through the global environment, disrupting economies far from the hotspot of the... Now, as a youngster, these are innovators. They have built a car, they are riding on it. How can we catch these guys when they are still hot? That's my job as an academician, and that's why I brought Mark with me here. And if we're at the next event, we'll be hopefully exhibiting our cyclic system for the hydrogen energy. Now, as a patriotic Ugandan, I try to look at this country and see where can we add value to our resources. That is me at Lake Katwe with a team from National Council for Science and Technology, trying to see how we can use that resource. And thanks to you, the Board of Trustees, Sir Rich, for nominating me to serve on the Presidential Investors Roundtable as the head of the salt cluster technical working group that I was recognized with that certificate, which I value very much. Now, many of you, some of you actually, that attend this conference regularly will know me for having spoken about salt, not as only an edible product that we seek, but as a raw material that we can transform into hundreds of products. Sir Rich, I don't have your famous chloralkali tree that you love so much, but this still shows you that beginning with salt, you just need electricity, water, and you transform this into chlorine, hydrogen, caustic, with all these enormous applications. So instead of, when you eat this, you waste all these products that follow downstream. Now today I'm here because of, let me go back to the topic that I'm here to speak about. That was a way of detailed introduction about me. Now we are all familiar with this image, global warming, the rise in global temperatures. An alarm has been raised by the IPCC that if we let global temperatures rise to 2 degrees Celsius, then we as a human species will face catastrophic consequences. And calls have been made that we should urgently reduce the drivers of global warming to at least cut them by half by the year 2030, which is just close by. Now, what are we doing? Some of us are working on the hardcore technologies that try to bring solutions that can scale back the emission of carbon dioxide into the environment. Now, the key drivers of that, as we know, transportation industry, heavy reliance on fossil fuels, the chemical industry, iron extraction, which uses coal, like we have just had, releasing voluminous amounts of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, cement manufacturing, when you decompose limestone, manufacture of ammonia that we need so very much for our survival, and power production when you talk about a coal power generation plant. Now, what are we doing in terms of the green energy transition? What is all this about and what's taking place? When I was here about 5 years ago, I talked about the lithium-ion battery and how this is going to transform, revolutionize the energy space. And why the first time I came to this event was I was doing work on cobalt, and that time I'd just worked on an innovation and noticed that cobalt is a strategic mineral, way before many of you here in the audience knew about it. And that caused me actually to facilitate myself to come here for the very first time. Now, the energy, now today I'm going to speak up, now when we look at cobalt, the way we know it, it's a critical resource. We can depend on it. If we have it, we can extract it and benefit from it for a limited time, but we need to think far beyond that. So what I'm going to speak about are technologies that can move us past the time when we have run out of cobalt or out of lithium from this planet. When we talk about green energy, we are aiming to reduce carbon dioxide emissions to net zero by 2050, which is a very, very ambitious goal. To my disappointment, what I observe when I move across Africa is that we are focusing, or we're waiting for these technologies to come to us. I think this is a disappointment. We need to not be spectators, but participate in developing these technologies. And that's what I want us to challenge. That's what I want to challenge us to really look at. Now, decarbonization, which is reduced dependence on fossils, to defossilize the chemical production of goods, and increase the share of renewable energies, hydro. Fortunately, Uganda is very green in terms of the electricity that we use, because we're so heavily dependent on hydro. We are generating good amounts of solar, wind, geothermal, and biomass. Now, before I forget, with respect to biomass, when you look at the petrol prices today, one of the things I think which we should do, unfortunately the minister has left, is I think it's time we began blending bioethanol into our petroleum and diesel by up to 10%, Doing this will save the country a lot. Imagine saving 10% of the import bill on these petroleum products. So biomass can be looked at in a broad sense, not confining ourselves to wood and so forth. Now, when you are using photovoltaics that we use in the country, this is limited. At home, I have solar all throughout, but I noticed that on a good day, by 10 a.m., my solar capacity is full. So the rest of the day, I'm wasting solar. What can we do with that excess generation? And that's where I'm focusing on. We can store that solar into chemicals, and this technology we call power to X technologies. How can you get green energies and change them into portable technologies, which is power to X? This could be gases, they could be liquids that you can use as energy chemicals. So we can, for example, transform water by splitting it using electricity. The excess electricity I told you about, we produce hydrogen, oxygen, which we could use actually during the COVID crisis when there was a scarcity of oxygen in this country. With Mark, we tried to develop our plant that breaks water to produce hydrogen locally, and the hope was that we can send this to any part of the country in very remote areas, so that people in the villages could also have at least some production of some oxygen accessibility. Now, what I'm interested in is also we can capture carbon dioxide right at the source where it is being produced and convert this into fuels. These fuels could include, this is methanol, the ethanol that I told you about that you can blend in petroleum, and all these chemicals that can support the chemical industry. Now, nitrogen, we can also catch it from the air, use electricity to use some of the hydrogen that we have produced, which is green, convert this into ammonia. I don't want to overemphasize the importance of ammonia. Many of us would not be sitting here today if the ammonia industry did not exist because of the fertilizer industry. That's the source of proteins that we eat. For your information, that's a very strategic industry also. It's the industry that leads to all the nitrates in this world, which is the explosive industry. All the explosives. What Russia is raining down on Ukraine, that begins with ammonia, for your information. So a very strategic industry. Now so that is the power to X technologies. And that is what I work on actually for the most part. I work on a simpler system where I spend most of the time splitting water into hydrogen. You can store the hydrogen, use it in ships as a portable fuel, use it in hydrogen fuel cells. That's the ultimate technology for the future, which is 100% green and recycled. We can use it in domestic appliances and closed loop. Now, the other technologies are, now what do we need in these? These are technologies for the future, and the demand for hydrogen has been put into sharp focus again because of the Russia-Ukraine war, and Europe, in their green energy deal, has announced tremendous amounts of money to support the transition to hydrogen technologies. So I think it is, as I said before, it is high time that we also co-participate in these innovations rather than wait to be end-user participants. Now this is more or less the same scheme, so I will not go into this, but from these green energies, what you can see is that using photovoltaics, you can also use wind. All that you can store that in batteries that we can build fuel cells, and these batteries are what you can store the energy later that you use green energy. Imagine your electric car being charged on a renewable energy source. That's exactly what we need, and we can create a huge assortment of chemical industry just around those innovations. Now, going back where I began from, we are a rich continent, a lot of resources. I was in the lab, and a colleague of mine in Germany came and said, oh, Uganda has 350,000 tons of recoverable gold. I said, oh my goodness, we've been sitting on this resource since eternity. The value of that is more than all the petroleum that you can get from this country. Now, that sent my mind directly into why has this taken so long to discover? And that brings me back to where I said we must invest in the people in sustainable capacity, long term. This is short-term goals, and I side with the minister that we need to build that capacity here and sustain it. And for those of you in the business sector, you are not going to go too far when we ignore to build really sustainable capacity that can help to localize those innovations here. Now, for cobalt, where are opportunities when we speak about cobalt? If you look at the value chain, cobalt is a critical resource. So in research and innovation, we need to invent and be part of and hold intellectual property in recycling cobalt, so that when batteries reach their end of life, we can recover that cobalt and the lithium as well. So there are opportunities not only in selling cobalt to producers of the batteries, but we can participate in building the batteries, but also recycling the cobalt when it has been recovered. I'm very pleased to hear that we also have a lot of graphite around. Now, the missing link, like I said, for me, is that gap, lack of intensive investments in the R&D space to translate that. And what does that translate into? Ladies and gentlemen, you like it or not, and the president mentioned it the other day during the Independence Day celebrations. Technology transfer is a tool for underdeveloping some sections of this world. If you are going to wait for a technology from somewhere, transferring that technology here, because technologies multiply and entrench themselves. I want to assure you that no one is going to give you technology for free if you are their market. There's a lot of politics around that, and I support so much the speech by the minister that we need to grow technologies here so that we can retain them here. If you're dreaming about technology transfer to be industrially competitive, that's a very tough dream that you can hold. So I want, with that, you look at countries like Japan, South Korea, Switzerland, extremely resource-poor countries, enormously rich countries, just because they have invested in the people. So I want us to change the way we look at people, that our people can really be the drivers that see the resources that we have and translate this into goods. Now, two misleading notions that I keep hearing about. You can never catch up. You like it or not. Technologies become more sophisticated. I'm so lucky that I've worked in Germany for many years now, 14, in the research and innovation space. And there are technology secrets. You can never catch up. The moment they are always moving further. If you catch up, there will be disruptive technologies that are going to change the tide. So you must co-invent. And leapfrogging is a lazy man's dream. We leapfrogged with mobile money, but please don't dream that you are going to have another leapfrogging. Let's do the hard work. Let's face the road. It is long. Let us begin, like the minister said. If we don't start now, we can never get started. So we must participate in co-inventing. Of course, that's not easy. Now, what we have done is, if you look at a robust science, technology, and innovation space, it must look like a pyramid. Here we have basic education, then you have research and development, specialized research where you create fundamental knowledge. Here in R&D is where you do the innovations. Then you go up. So yesterday I listened to a lot of talk around business, about the challenges here, when we have skipped this space here, hoping that we can fill that gap with imported technology or technology transfer. That is very difficult. I think we have to change the paradigm in order to make progress. So I want to point that that's very important. Now I learned that many of you are much more knowledgeable in mineral exploration than I am. So I thought that I would not speak about the same points that many of you spoke about very excellently about. Sir Rich is very good in rare earths, perhaps more than myself, because I didn't give them a lot of attention. But when you focus on the challenge that we face today, perhaps the biggest challenge that humanity faces today, climate change, we need more energy. The more energy we need, the more we are creating. We're destroying our habitat. So, fortunately, there are lots of every crisis brings with it enormous opportunities. And the opportunities I've highlighted there are in the new generation of transitioning to clean energies that I would prefer to talk about. But there are also all these interlinkages that create additional solutions that we can look at. Now, you cannot develop alone. You cannot begin the hard way. Now, I'm coming to my conclusion. This is a project that I'm involved in, representing Chambogo University, with the 14 European partners, supported by the European Union. And so we are developing this technology. And I think for me, I'm giving this because it's an example how you can participate in creating a technology so that in the end you can acquire some aspects of the technology transfer without waiting for the other. And the figure I showed above, there's willingness in the Paris Climate Accords. There are agreements for financing decarbonization of energy use. So there's willingness to create partnerships and collaborations to transition to green energies. So in this project, what we aim to do is to use solar to capture carbon dioxide and water and convert this into the chemicals that I talked about. And those are the partners involved in the project, all of them in Europe. This is our little Uganda here with the Chambogo University as the participating institution. And I wanted to make this announcement that on the 4th of November, the delegation from Europe will be holding a workshop at Chambogo University to speak about innovations for a new age of the chemical industry, chemicals and fuels from the sun and recycled carbon dioxide. So this is the spirit of co-inventing, and you need partnerships to drive such a heavy agenda so that we can find a way to transfer technologies here. For my conclusions, so opportunities exist across the entire value chain from cradle to grave, and we have to use the entire possibilities that exist from exploration until we recycle the materials, like I said, from batteries, green ammonia, carbon dioxide valorization. I would wish to encourage us to look at investing in building intellectual assets, which are in our brains. Like the minister said, we all have some brains. Let's try to build intellectual assets, which are the people and innovations, so that acquiring IP and technology transfer is not a hurdle, and that is really what has curtailed us so much from participating competitively in industrialization. Then this I'll not elaborate a lot. Building well-coordinated, robust, and sustainable innovation system from end to end. That means from knowledge generation to applications. Now, this I've mentioned already, catching up, which is technology, and the IP transfer is complex and expensive. And there are no quick fixes to Africa's problems. We have to confront them head on and develop strategies to curb capital flight. By this I mean, if you want to observe organisms in a microscope today, you might have to buy a microscope from Japan. And that's where we lose a lot of money in R&D. If we can think strategically how we can minimize how we lose money when we're trying to invest in the STI space, that would help us to go a mileage. With that, I thank you very much for your attention. And Agro, I hope I do not exceed so much my time. Thank you very much indeed.
Another crash program in chemistry, but we thank you very much, Doctor, and for the work that you're doing, especially with the young students and Chambogo University. Please allow me to invite our council member, Mr. Nicholas Echimu, to invite the next two speakers. There will be a panel. I know Dennis has already spoken. Nicholas Echimu is also a partner with Sebalu and Lule Advocates and is a seasoned legislator.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sincere apologies, we've overshot our runway, but when the minister needs to speak and share ideas, I think it was worth a while listening to her and also giving her our perspective as practitioners in this particular space so that we can infuse government policy and thinking with what the private sector actually is looking out for. As I've been introduced, my name is Nicholas Chimu. I'm a member of the Council of the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. My day job is I am a lawyer. I keep people out of trouble and support clients in mining, in oil and gas, and largely energy. This afternoon, we're privileged to have a discussion around building feasible value addition chains and optimizing regional linkages. We've already had our presentations from the minister and from my brother, Dennis Kusasira. So I'll just call upon Mr. Frank Mujenyi to join me up here. Mr. Frank Mujenyi is the chairman of MADI, not the tribe. We just need to be clear. But he's been a long-term partner and friend of the chamber. He worked for the African Union for many years, and every single mineral wealth conference, he's always come here and infused us with a lot of knowledge. Thank you very much for making time today. We are also going to be joined by Mr. Maurice Amogola, seasoned industry practitioner in insurance, and is the outgoing CEO of Minet Uganda, a leading insurance brokerage firm. Both these gentlemen had long slides and in-depth discussions, but we've convinced them that for the sake of everybody and to test their sharpness, we want to see whether they remember everything they put in the slide and whether they could talk us through them in maybe 5 minutes or so to enable you have an opportunity to ask questions in the areas they'll be discussing. Dennis, I'll also ask you to just join the podium so that as and when we finish, if members have questions, we can quickly try to claw back. So it's my pleasure now to invite Mr. Frank Mujenyi to make a few remarks in regard to what he had prepared to speak to us about, which is mineral sector potential of East Africa as a development bloc, and to talk to us about green energy minerals generally and whether we can attain value as a country. Thank you. You're free to come and stand if you want, or you can use the mic next to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Frank Mujenyi, as I've just been introduced, and in terms of identifying myself, to be able to present what I want to present to you, I always identify myself as an African, first and foremost. That is because my great-grandfather and those who came before him didn't know that there was a country called Uganda. But then now I'm a Ugandan, so I align myself with you being a Ugandan, but I'm an African. And that would give you the perspective of what I want to refer to, which would possibly diffuse some of the discussions we've had from the minister with the whole passion that they must add value, and with someone coming in country, value addition may be complicated. Not impossible, Mr. Dennis, but maybe complex, as they have said. Minerals Africa Development Institution, I think they have put a presentation, so I could. We are an African think tank. We're African-led. We are just filling in the gap to ensure that we have homegrown solutions for African development. The issue of value addition is not new to us. It's actually ancestral about Africa, and we've done it before. So why is it that right now we are talking about value addition at the country level and that we have challenges of creating jobs? So we have come in as Minerals Africa Development Institution, MADI, and when you say MADI, you see that there is MAD, and then with an I, because the definition of insanity, and that's what we've been doing in the mineral resource sector, is doing everything the same way, same again all the time, thinking you'd get a difference. So we are not mad, we are MADI, and trying to make a difference. When we talk about Africa, we are at a crossroads. We're at crossroads because everyone is talking about we having minerals contribute to our resources. this development. We have a huge of resources, human and natural, but we haven't benefited from either. And it's not the first time that we're talking about it. But what we talk about, when you talk about minerals itself, you'll hear extractives, mining, and attracting FDI. If we broaden our base and change our mindset, we'll actually know that minerals are in everything. If you hold the bottle of water you are drinking and read what is there, sodium, phosphate, magnesium, and all this, iron, we are talking about iron for steel, but you have it in your water. Without it, you have no minerals. Water is useless because otherwise it will be not adding value to your body. So minerals are vast and they are important to every scale of life. If I went to the minister's presentation and I kicked on 8 value chains, each of them requires minerals. Aeronautics, infrastructure, improving agricultural industry, agriculture. You cannot increase your optimal yield per hectare if you don't have fertilizers from first phase or even mechanized agriculture. So we are at crossroads. But in changing our mindsets, we need to understand that minerals are borderless. And that's our slogan at the Africa Development Institution. They don't have borders. I hear Uganda, we don't know what we have. But Uganda is a member of the Great Lakes region. Any mineral that is in the Great Lakes region is in Uganda, possibly. So if we don't know that we actually trying to minimize the minerals to an enclave that was defined in Berlin Conference in 1860-something or whatever, and now we think it is a sovereign issue. If we don't change our mindset, think about it as an African, then we shall continue having these pros and cons. Can we add value? No, we can't. That's where we need to change the mindset. So what are Africa's interests? First, know your Africa. In business, you don't know anything until you know your client, KYC, and you do due diligence. But do we know what is Africa? Even before we know what is inside Africa, do we know what Africa is, the size of it? The lie is that Africa is very small. The truth is that Africa, you can fit in all those countries, almost 20 of them, including USA, China, India, Japan, Mexico, UK, all those are developed countries. Combined GDP of those countries above 54 trillion. And Africa's combined GDP as of now, we are proudly saying it is 3 trillion. Those countries have got a combined GDP of 54, beyond, above 54 trillion. One of the companies that invest in Africa, I'll give you an example, Glencore, by 14th of September this year, its mineral net worth was 73 billion US dollars, more than double the GDP of Uganda. Just a company. So we are not planning according to how we were trying to plan. So when you plan as a country, then you see things being difficult and impossible. When you plan as a continent, as Africa, then things, what Dennis felt were challenges, including economies of scale, becomes possible. So the problem of Africa is not that they don't want to add value, how to do it. The problem is how do we do it? And everybody wanting to do it in his own country or her own country, it will be impossible. That is not a thing to say. I mean, you're very right. It will be practically impossible because adding value is not an affirmative action or by law. It is a business sense. We must do it, but we must do it jointly. Now, globalization, and I just want to keep very short. Africa is not new at globalization. It's not new to us. We've been trading amongst ourselves since time immemorial. In fact, Mansa Musa, if anybody knows about Mansa Musa, trekked in 1323-24 all the way from Mali to go and make a pilgrimage into Mecca, carrying 30 tons of gold, and 23 of that was value added. They were gold bars. You couldn't have got a gold bar until you have refined it and prepared it as a gold bar. So there was value addition as far as 2023, 1320 something. There was movements in trading in minerals, salt, which our gentleman talked about, from Ethiopia to go and exchange with gold from Ghana and Mali. So our trading in Africa has been based on actually our resources, and we are now have reverted into exporting them raw, not only natural minerals, including humans. We're actually exporting raw humans. If you want to know, go at the airport in Entebbe and see the Ethiopian carrying people out of Uganda. And those are raw materials. Very raw. We are actually exporting raw materials. If you're talking about the minister saying we need to invest in people, and I'm sorry to say, even our young man who has a first-class degree from Chambogo, if there is nothing for him to do, he will soon take a plane to Dubai, because there will be no job. That's the people we're exporting actually have brains. So Africa, Uganda and Africa has not been new to globalization, but we have not benefited from them because our mindset is locked up somewhere. During the 400 years of slave trade, we exported people, and they were rounded up by fellow Africans. Now we are still exporting people and raw materials, and it is now seen as human trafficking or illegal trade or capital flight. So, in conclusion, we want to do a value addition. And I mean, I can't replace what the minister has said. He has put the entire value chain there. She went through it perfectly well. And here I'm giving you just a thematic of it from the only link, and which I think Mr. Kusasira did elaborate on, that we cannot do and we're not doing, is manufacturing and processing at the level that we can produce goods that are tradable at the international level, even using it as ourselves. That one is a challenge. And the challenge is because of the issues that Kusasira raised are pertinent, are real. But how do we solve them? We cannot solve them as Uganda. We can only solve them as East African community, as a region. Recently, there was a forum, African forum, business forum in Zimbabwe, in DRC, about the fact that DRC is rich of nickel, cobalt, and several things. But then they said the EV, the electronic vehicles demand at the continental level, at the international level, is going to be this much in 2030. I don't spend time, I'm an economist too, Mr. Kusasira, but I don't spend much time in looking what the EV cost demand will be, because we cannot, as Africa, penetrate that market of the EV batteries in Europe, in America, in China, because we're going to be competing with China. But we have our own demand. And the last speaker talked about solar energy and how much we can use it. The entire continent is not lit. Now we are depending on Akon. I think some of you may know Akon. He's a celebrity in US. He's coming in Africa to say, I'm going to light Africa, putting up solar panel projects and so forth. But when he puts up solar panel projects in Senegal and everywhere, he's going to depend on importing solar panels from China and the batteries that go with it. And each and every family in this country may have a solar panel hanging. Those who can't afford electricity because it's expensive. But why should we go for grid electricity when we have solar panels? Why don't we have our Chambogo, Makerere University, and everybody invest in innovation on how do we produce batteries for our borders and tukutukus? We have them in plenty. Before you know, someone will come in that sector, in that space, and he will actually innovatively produce a battery for your tukutuku. Because that's the ones we have. And it's an opportunity. So when you talk about minerals, including salt, which is very important, so we need it on everyday usage. The challenge that we have had, and which the minister touched on, prioritization, is looking at what demand do we have as Africa. Even before you talk about Uganda, but as Africa, and then try to produce for that. Now, when you look at the rest of the world, let me give you this example, and I'm ending with that one. Why is everybody adding value? Why are mining companies coming in to mine from our territories? They're not coming in to mine and export raw materials. No. There is a demand somewhere for something. America wants it for its jet fighters. They no longer want to kill people, take their people to die. They want to send robots to kill people. So they will have to find something to go and see, I want to kill Frank, not reaching there, and they are using our resources, and they want them. Okay? That's some semiconductor industry is the most important one in the US. So the people who come to mine in our territory, their core business is not to add value. They are coming to mine because there is a demand for that product somewhere else. The EVs in Europe, the economic, the windmills somewhere, the turbines and so forth, and more importantly, the green economy that we are moving in. So as Africa, how do we strategize ourselves to benefit from that kind of mineral resources? Is not to follow that trend. The meeting that was held in DRC was informed by our own, an African from Bloomberg, who presented a paper and said, oh, why can't we produce precursors for batteries for EVs? So right now, there is a factory that is going to be set in Katanga between Zambia, and there is an MOU between Zambia and DRC to produce precursors. But is that what is that what we need for DRC or in Africa to produce precursors for Europe, a market that you cannot penetrate because it's closed? Those markets are closed. If you want to try and sell your sugar, processed sugar or a chocolate, or a homemade garment from Africa into those markets, they are designed for their people first. So if we are going to create to do value addition, let's look at the demand we have. Let's look at the strategic minerals, not critical, because criticality means they are important for their security, for the economics, but they are difficult to get. For us, they are not critical, they are strategic because of what we want for our demand for Africa, and we shall create those jobs and we stop exporting both humans and minerals, so that it's not actually by law, but by default as you invest in those people and invest in people. Thank you so much.
I think Frank deserves a better round of applause for assuring us that he's not mad, but he's muddy, but above all, for sharing these very deep insights. It is only in Uganda or in Africa where we don't actually understand the kind of value that we sit on. We're talking about value chains and sustainability and all that. It's a big deal out there. The whole of last week we were speaking about ESG and the kind of monies that are actually out there to fund some of the things that we are talking about is mind-boggling. So the only thing that we have to try and do is to try and organize ourselves to try and tap into that. So I'll just now invite Mr. Maurice Amogola to speak to us about sustainability issues around mining, mine financing, insurance, risk. That is what he does for a living. So Mr. Mogola, you're most welcome.
Good afternoon. I thought I would also come here and stand so that you could see how tall I am. We live every day. We live with risk every single day. And the latest, most troubling risk is climate change. And this is one of the reasons we are now clamoring to work with green energy. And green energy then creates certain standards that everybody has to follow to be able to get financing, to be able to get very key strategic aspects in the business. And insurance is no exception. And insurance is international in nature. Combined, the companies in Uganda, if you looked at their balance sheet, it would not be sufficient to cover our colleague yesterday who mentioned the rare earth, the investment at maybe the peak of that particular investment would be $200 million. Now, $200 million, all the insurance companies combined would not be able to pay a claim if there was a major loss at that particular mine, and hence reinsurance. So insurers spread risk by virtue of taking reinsurance. And these reinsurers have now come up with a standard. All of us know about ISO standards, and even now in insurance, and even in some of the projects that we are now working on, a new standard has been created called ESG. And how do we overcome ESG? How do we make sure that environmental, social governance, and the platforms that write that are within or ingrained within our projects? And definitely there will be requirement of templates. When it comes to the environment, you've noted that NEMA will always ask you for the environmental impact assessment before they can even approve your project, and many other reports that you would have to write about your project before it is approved. And so is insurance. And you have just seen it that a number of European insurers have simply said that any investment in fossil fuel is no longer a goes-on for them, which means they're withdrawing the capital that would help insure certain risks. So they are only encouraging us to use the green energy, hydropower, geothermal, solar, wind power. If you invest in that, and equally that investment feeds into the mining investment that you are doing, then you will be able to attract good reinsurers. And these good reinsurers, or these what you call rated insurers, are also what the financials are looking for. The Standard and Poor's of this world, the AM Best, the Fitch, they will tell you, for me to advance you this particular money, you need your risk to be insured through an A-rated reinsurer or insurer for you to attract the financing. So these standards are now here with us, and we cannot run away from them. I think as a country and as an investor, you need to create the template. You come to us, the insurance consultants. I work for Minet. My colleagues here, there was a gentleman from Marsh, there was another lady from Willis Watson, and they elaborated quite a lot about how the insurance fits in the value chain of making sure the country develops by covering those risks. Will not be easy because of the requirement to complete certain information. And the lady from Willis mentioned that we have to digitize the information, and this information then is fed into certain applications, then which is able to assess the quality of the risk and the due premium. I think as we keep on doing some of these projects, we will have to take quite a bit of this risk on our chin, and these are normally called deductibles, because some of the projects will still continue with them irrespective of probably the destruction to nature. I know, like, as a country, we are still want to develop the oil development in the Albertine region, but there's been a lot of resistance on that from the international community because of the risk of destruction of the ecosystem that sits around Lake Victoria and into Tanzania towards the Indian Ocean. So because of that, there will be expectation that as you invest, you mitigate that risk through processes. You make sure your processes are watertight so that you minimize the chances of a loss occurring on that particular investment. And by so doing, you take part of that risk, then transfer the balance of it to insurance companies and reinsurance companies. And for any risk to be sustainable, of course, you must make sure that your processes are right. You must make sure that these are all reviewed. And then you must transfer what you cannot take on your balance sheet through an insurance program. And hence, if it is some of these investments that are very, very heavy in terms of CapEx, would require you to have your ESG certification. In our developing part of the world, the templates have not yet been fully created, but I'm sure very soon when we come to you or when you come to us to tell us to put together your insurance program, there will be a requirement to satisfy certain ESG requirements, E for environment, S for social, and you had a number of speakers here talking about the social element in some of the investments that we do, and governance. And governance is both at company level, and sometimes, of course, governance will be looked at from a country level before these insurers can come and be part of the value chain of the investments we are doing. But we are here for you. Please talk to us, and we'll be able to take your risks and run them through both the local insurers and the international insurance community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maurice, for that insightful presentation, and thanks for keeping it short. I realize that we're standing between us and the session that should usher us to lunch, so I don't want to keep this very long. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had discussions from the Minister, from Frank, from Dennis, and from Maurice. We will take and probably avail 5 minutes for us to ask questions around the presentations that have been made, if you took some notes. If you don't have any questions as well, that would also be welcome, so then we know we get off lightly and allow our colleagues on the next session. I don't know whether there are any questions. Yes, Dr. Justus?
Thank you very much, Chair. My question goes to Frank. You mentioned something which I like. When talk about us importing all these photovoltaics, which is a massive industry, but we have very good silicon here on the African soil. What would you suggest would be the strategy as an African, not reasoning now as a Ugandan, because this is a heavy industry? How could we domesticate such an industry on the African continent so that we create an African Silicon Valley, but for photovoltaics to harness the abundant solar that we have? Now, in the same spirit, there's another big industry. I like the ammonia industry because of its importance. And many of you are in the farming have noticed that we have fertilizer shortages because of the problems in Russia. Yet we have natural gas. Our neighbors have it. We can get nitrogen from the air and create the ammonia industry, which is a massive industry. What would you suggest would be the strategies that African countries could take to pull off such industries? Thank you.
Well, Frank, you could just take
that. Thank you so much for that question, because I was going to say, because of lack of time, we have this magazine. It's outside, and in it I have put together key sectors that our leaders in 1980 decided would make Africa self-sufficient. So your question is also embedded in now currently the Agenda 2063, where they're saying by 2063 Africa should have transformed itself into a developed economy. Because when you look at the GDP, American GDP or anything, they don't talk about Californian GDP. In fact, Californian GDP is the equivalent of the African GDP, it's 3 trillion. So when we are still embedded in thinking that we have making money, we can't. But the Agenda 23 talks about regional processing hubs and regional industrial parks. Now, Zambia and DRC have gone into an agreement to establish a joint processing hub for precursors for batteries. And I'm going to be going to Zambia next month. And one thing we are trying to say, Zambia being a COMESA member state, DRC being a COMESA member state, and Uganda being a COMESA member state, and DRC and Uganda being an East African Community member states, why cannot we have it as a regional hub? Then when we have it as a regional processing hub, all efforts go there to build skills and of which products we want to support the African demand. And then we can look at for export. In fact, the minister was right to say, let's look for the demand at the local level, but for us as Africa, the local shouldn't be Uganda. Local should be East African community, because the Abuja Treaty talks about the community. And that's what we have just launched recently, the African Continental Free Trade Area. We need to engage with the governments and negotiators. Our negotiators there have left the rules of origin very high, that they will not support regional value chains. Even Kayora, our bus here, cannot sell in another country under the Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, or probably East African Community Agreement, I don't know, because its local content of the Kayora bus is only 25%. And rules of origin talk about 40%, that a product to be known as a Ugandan product, it should be 40%. So if you are going to add 40% in Kayora bus, you need so many innovative centers and so many patents developed, and to ensure that whatever we are putting in a bus is actually our own. I'm glad you are putting a patent and you developed some patents. That's what we miss, because we have put much efforts on science and technology, science STI, which is okay, innovation. I did science, technology, innovation policy in 2008 at Harvard, but it doesn't exclude others. It doesn't exclude economists, it doesn't exclude legal economists, because legal is the one who is going to help in the patent form. So we need to look at harmonization. The East African bill, mining bill, or East African Community Mining Bill, talks about harmonization of policies. But here we have a Ugandan bill, we have an East African bill, not talking to each other. So how can we develop if we don't have that harmonization? So if we have to solve these problems, we need regional processing hubs to develop regional value chains, reduce the rules of origin, because the goods that come to us from China, the rest of the world, even the global value chains are not added value to by a country up to 10%. They can't afford it. The plane, the smartphones, the smart things, each country adds in about 10% and it becomes the country, it's a Chinese, it's a Japanese, but the local content may be 10%, but it's considered as a global value chain. So we need to open up our borders so that we can create those opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Frank. I am being given this eye by my boss, Agre. I still want to continue making sure that we're on time. I don't know whether we can just take one more question. Agre? It looks like there is none, so thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to us. These members are going to be here with you, so probably at an appropriate break, you can still be able to meet them and ask your question if you've not been able to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that interesting discussion. Indeed, we need to open our borders. We need to look at the broader markets. Yeah, if we are East Africa, if we are COMESA, whichever umbrella we fall in, we should consider it as the market, yeah, as our local market. We have a few minutes to lunch, but before that, we are going to have a very interesting panel. And they are very mindful that they are before your lunch, so they are going to be precise and accurate in everything that they are going to say. Join me right now to invite Mr. Trevor Benson, Chairperson, Ionic Resources Limited. You're welcome. And then Mr. Michael Ahimsiwe, a Principal Energy Officer at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We're going to be handling an interesting topic, the energy transition and the role of the mineral sector. Still in line with our theme for this 11th Annual Mineral Wealth Conference. I think I'll want to sit near the gentleman so that we can talk properly. Just turn on. Yeah.
Ah.
Yes, you can just bring it closer to the laptop.
Panel discussion means they don't want me to stand up. They want me to sit down.
All right, Mr. Trevor. All right. I'll start with Mr. Trevor. Kindly just tell us about Ionic Resources Limited. I see rare earth, and then rare earth, Rwenzori rare earth. What's the difference? Where are you coming from? And what are you doing here in Uganda?
Sure. So Ionic rare earths is basically the mama of Rwenzori, rare metals. So Ionic is an Australian company based in Australia. It's listed on the Australian Stock Exchange, and it's predominantly its main focus is to finance, invest in Rwenzori and build Rwenzori as a Ugandan company to develop the Makutu project. So you would have heard Warren Tregurtha, the CEO of Rwenzori yesterday, give a very good presentation on what we're doing in country. And obviously we're building a operation east of Jinja. We have an office there which is growing. I've been here twice this year and it's growing substantially. So we have in-country manager Patience Ingo, who's doing an excellent job, and we're certainly employing local Ugandans, and we look forward to growing the team substantially. So there's a lot of investment dollars required to build an operation like this, so we're very happy to be here and very much enjoying this conference.
Thank you so much. So you are basically the financials for Rwenzori estimators?
That's correct. So our main focus is the Ugandan Makutu project. Ionic has another small business which recycles. It's a technology we acquired, and it recycles magnets. Magnets are required in the EV revolution.
Thank you so much. To you, Michael, do you think Uganda is ready for the energy transition? When we look at the theme for this year, we are positioning the mineral sector, but you being the energy officer, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, the custodian of all the energy that we have in Uganda, do you think Uganda is ready for the energy transition?
Yeah, thank you very much, Naomi. Well, in addition to me working in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, I'm also coordinating the International Renewable Energy Agency. I'm the national coordinator for International Renewable Energy Agency, and this discussion for the transition started at an international level in IRENA, and perhaps also to mention that it is Uganda that moved the motion for the transition, so somehow we are embedded in this. But on a lighter note, we have actually already started the transition. It's only that it comes in small bits now. Countries are transitioning at different rates. In Uganda, we are also transitioning, not at the same rate like other countries, but we have already started the transition. If you look at the energy mix which we have, it's already transition. If you look at the consumption, it's already transition. Now, what we want to emphasize now is that this transition, we have to keep the momentum or even increase the momentum for transition. And as highlighted here in this discussion, you realize that the energy transition will only be very possible with the support of minerals. As we transition to renewable energy, there is a lot of minerals needed to help the transition to move forward. And therefore, the two are inseparable, but the transition has already started, and it's very good that we all join the transition so that we don't create a mismatch. This is an international transition. Uganda is only part of the community of the transition.
Before I move away from you, Michael, you've mentioned that Uganda is already in the transition. Are we looking at letting go of some of the energy resources we've been using and adopting new ones, or what is happening?
Yeah, thank you very much. And now the transition is different from the switch. We are not abandoning what we are using now, but we will slowly graduate from what we are depending on, major fossil fuels. We shall slowly abandon them and then adopt the new ones. As you have noticed, already we are using electric buses. Already we are having a lot of solar energy into the mix. We are having hydro. We are having so many of these initiatives We already have the Biofuels Act. Somebody talked about biofuels, which will encourage fossils blending. And therefore, we are already in the path of the transition, not really switching, because switching will disrupt the process of growth, but we're actually transitioning.
All right. Thank you so much, Michael. Back to you, Trevor. Just like Mike has mentioned, that if we're going to transition, if we're going to adopt the green energy revolution, metals are critical. In your view and with your experience, do you think we have enough metals? When you look at the batteries that are needed, when you look at the turbines that are running for the different kinds of green energy forms that are being adopted now, do you think we have enough metals?
I think everyone knows the answer to that question. No. Thank you. So I think it's abundantly clear that we don't have enough minerals to supply the energy transition. So I think the world changed for me, and I think for a lot of other people, at COP26 last year with the in Scotland, and I think the Paris Agreement, where there's now this this move, and I think it was 189 countries signed up to the 2050 target, and I think people have shown the numbers already, but that basically means that by 2050 there's a net zero carbon, and there's 1.5 degrees Celsius drop in temperature. So in order to do that, you have to start measuring where you're at by 2030. And 2030 is only 8 years away. So there's a massive transition that has to occur before that actually can happen in terms of where COP26 set out with their four main mandates were to phase out coal, to curtail deforestation, to speed up the switch to EVs, electric vehicles, and encourage investment into renewables. So that's moving from the traditional hydrocarbons, the old economy, to the green energy revolution, requires an enormous amount of raw materials. I think everyone, and certainly I, in terms of the demand side is set pretty much in stone. I don't think anyone will disagree with the fact that there is enormous demand for raw materials. And people have alluded to it in looking at what are called critical minerals or strategic minerals for countries. So in my travels, it is abundantly clear that every country has a list of critical minerals, and they are putting in policies in place as to how those suppliers are going to meet demand. And in many cases, those countries don't know where the minerals are coming from. And I like to refer to the fact that they don't know where the molecules are coming from. So in energy transition, so demand is going up, and the supply is not meeting demand for the longer term. So if you look at energy transitional minerals, I think we've all talked about them. There's lithium, nickel, manganese, copper, graphite, cobalt, and rare earths. are the main transition metals. Now, I'll just refer to, in actual facts and figures, I'll just refer to some agency reportings that Benchmark Minerals, Argus, Wood Mackenzie and International Energy Agency, that are agencies that are basically set up to measure supply and demand. So in terms of International Energy Agency numbers, it is across the board widely recognised that we need 10 times the expansion in global battery mineral supply. So that means 50 more lithium mines, and if you just take an average mine, 60 more nickel mines, 17 more cobalt mines. And as for copper, there's 4.7 million tonnes of copper in deficit by 2030. So that's an enormous increase required in supply to meet demand. So every one of those minerals and mines basically means that, again from the agency, there was currently 340 gigawatt hours today to, by 2030, there's required 3,500. So that's a 10-fold increase. We have massive challenges in enabling supply. You would have seen that in getting a mine up and running, it's 10 years minimum. So given that we've got challenges through to 2030, 8 years away, 10 years to get a mine up and running is barely enough time to increase supply. You've got all the additions of barriers to investment. So there's not enough investment going on. You've got the Ukraine war, you've got inflation, you've got the lack of urgency from some countries, and stalling growth. So I always think back to 97 to 2003, there wasn't enough development in training engineers, geologists. So hopefully Uganda won't have that problem, and they'll increase their training programs and encourage university students from the ground up to train into various mining disciplines. So that's really that's the supply problem. But when you look at sustainability, the United Nations have put sustainable development goals, and there's 17 of them. So this is a huge challenge, and it's going to be incredibly expensive to be able to sustainably supply the EV revolution. The cost, I don't think anyone's really considering, and it's going to be incredibly expensive to move to these United Nations goals, which include their first few are ending poverty, zero hunger, health and education. So there's these agencies' number is, for the next 15 years, there's $1.7 trillion US dollars required to enable supply of sufficient critical minerals. That's a big number. There's something like 100 billion US required in copper supplies through to 2030. There's 21 billion required to finance lithium production through to 2025. So these are significant investments that are required to enable supply to meet demand. It's actually a fact that if there was no increase in demand today, there's still not enough supply coming from the mines through to 2030. So that is a worry for a lot of countries. Now, if you look at the supply issues and the EV revolution, and you add geopolitical tension to that recipe, then a lot of countries have got a problem as to where their supply is coming from. I think countries today have relied on certain countries for supply. In Australia, we export enormous amounts of iron ore, hundreds of millions of tonnes a year to China. And I know we've talked a lot about this, but we do it because it's economic. It's not economic for us to manufacture steel in Australia anymore. Now, will that change? Possibly. But today, we export masses of iron ore to China, and Australia gets masses, huge numbers of royalties from those sales. So if you look at rare earths, in 2019, the US imported 80% of its rare earths from China, and the EU imported 98% of their rare earths from China. So there is a growing trend after this globalisation has occurred for globalisation to almost reverse, and countries want to not be dependent on, for example, China for their supplies. So with these country critical mineral lists, they are trying to determine where they are going to get their supply from. And again, I say where they don't know where the molecules are coming from. And as the last slides showed, there's huge demand for countries' appetite for raw materials and the end product. And obviously a lot of discussion here over the last 2 days where Uganda hopefully will develop its downstream industries over time. There's only one way that's going to happen, that's transfer of knowledge and building it from the ground up. So, and in our operation in Rwenzori in Uganda, that's certainly what we hope to do in building knowledge, transferring knowledge, and building a sustainable industry here in Uganda. So the key message is that to grow the supply to the number required by, let's just say 2030, huge dollars of investment are required. So to be able to attract that investment, there has to be stable, it has to be obviously a stable country, and I have to say that in travelling the world, we are very fortunate that we're able to tell the Ugandan story to international investment markets, because Uganda as a mining jurisdiction is not widely known in the international markets. And what we have to promote is Uganda as a stable country in terms of politics and economy, and a great place to invest. And that's the challenge for many companies developing projects around the world. And it will remain a challenge. So the only way that Uganda, for example, is going to build or be recognised in international markets is to be very stable. I think we've had presentations around the risks of investment, and the other key point is cross-country collaboration, certainly along the value chain, and trying to develop over time the downstream industry within the country.
Thank you, Trevor. I'll get back to you shortly. But listening to what you've just said, when you say we don't have enough minerals, and then you look at the number of years that it takes for a mine to be operational, when you look at the investment required, my head starts to spin, because are we ready for the transition? If every country has set a target 2030, 2050, 2025, and if I take an example of the one mineral resource that so far Uganda is exploiting, the rare earth metals, if it's going to take them, let me say, another 10 years, when are we having the rare earth metals on the markets? When are we supplying the Kira motors? When are we, there is so much that is up for discussion, and maybe we have to take it slow in the transition and not just rush, and then we get to a point when there is no supply. This takes me to Michael.
Yes. The English proverb which says every journey begins with the first step. And in physics, there's a man called Newton who says a body will stay in state of rest or motion unless acted on by an external force. Somehow we need to be acted on, I think, and move. You see, the transition from the Stone Age to the Industrial Revolution was not that the stones disappeared from this world. Actually, there are a lot of stones and minerals. But we transitioned to the new state because it demanded so. Now it demands that we transition to another phase, which is a new transition. And we have to, the minister said it, we have to use science to adapt ourselves to the new transition. And this transition is possible. Of course, there would be instances where the rate of transition is not as fast as here in Uganda, as fast as in another country. But what we should look at is, do we want to remain in the same state? Do we want people to still use firewood for cooking? Do we want people to still burn diesel in very old cars? Or we can transition to a new one? Do we still need to use diesel for electricity generation, as we are doing now in some instances? And we are saying this is the time now for us to move forward. And when we are beginning this discussion, we said the first point or the first entry is to make everybody discuss this issue of the transition. Of course, there are always 101 reasons to stop you from starting, but there are also 100 reasons to encourage you to start. So let's discuss both ways, but I think it is important that we get aware that there is this issue called transition, and we move along. But also importantly is we need to build capacity along the transition chain, because it will not come easy. We need people who are trained in terms of innovation, people who are trained in terms of operation and maintenance, people who are trained to understand that we shall have the discussion. And as colleagues have already said, the transition comes with an issue of financing. Somehow, you know, we are doing what we call fresh investment because we want the transition to take place. And that fresh investment will cut across the board. It will affect everybody, and therefore we need to prepare to finance the transition. How we finance it is the discussion which we should have, and go ahead and discuss it. And somebody here was saying we should not talk about technology transfer, but if a technology is benefiting us, there was somebody that said, do not reinvent the wheel. If it is the same technology that will help you work, then why do you reinvent it? But we can localize it. We can localize the technology to make sure that it helps us as a country. But also, we need to diversify the energy sources as a country. And of course, the energy sources come from many things, but minerals are important in the process of harnessing this energy, because it is the minerals that will create the turbines, the minerals that will create the solar panels, the minerals will create the wind turbines, the minerals will create whatever we want to use. We will use uranium in the nuclear reactor so that, you know, we move forward into higher energy generation and therefore encourage high energy utilization.
Thank you so much, Michael. I know we are in the way of lunch, and I wouldn't want to keep anyone hungry. However, just one last statement from you, Trevor. In this energy transition, what would you like the government to adopt?
Big question. We would like the government, you mean from Renzori's perspective? From Renzori's perspective, we would like to receive our, we believe it's this week, our environmental certificate, licence to operate. And at the end of the month, we finalise our mining licence application, and we'd love to have that as soon as possible. So there's just small asks, and then we can start building the operation at Makuutu. The other point that I was going to make just very quickly is in terms of investment and cost, we comply to the highest levels of ESG, environmental, social, governance, and we're very proud of our the standard we've set in terms of environmental, in social, and in governance, and it's the way that we always operated. It now, though, is fundamental to every mining company, and it should be mentioned because this is one of the constraints to supply, is there's still negativeness around mining. And we have to break down those doors and encourage, when the UN, when the United Nations is discussing their 17 goals and they hardly mention minerals, how is it ever going to be achieved without money going into develop mining operations to deliver the molecules required for the EV revolution? So we're very keen here in Uganda to get started in building Makuutu, and we'll be here. The life of mine is around 50 years, so we're going to be here a long time. I may not be around all of that time, but I'll leave it in very good hands with our team down in Jinja, and obviously Renzori will be run by totally Ugandan people, and they are more than capable of driving this operation forward and building a long life, sustainable rare earth mine. And we very much looking forward to having a working relationship, and of course everyone has discussed and the Honourable Minister today made it clear that the Ugandan government wants us to be able to sit down with them and discuss and negotiate terms. And we're very much looking forward to that, and post receiving our environmental certificate and our mining licence, hopefully in the next couple of months.
Thank you, Trevor. I guess government has heard your concerns and your requests. Yeah, I can't say much about that. I've left it for government to handle since you've directed to government. Michael, as you close, one statement.
Thank you very much. As I had already mentioned, is that the opportunities for transition are still there. You see, there was careful use of the word transition. It was not a switch, and therefore it will not happen overnight, but it will happen gradually, and therefore we should prepare for this transition. And as you may notice, in Uganda there are already examples of the energy transition. The steps might be slow, but we are moving. And the international slogan is, we are transitioning without leaving anybody behind. We don't leave anybody. So if you have a challenge of moving, please tell the rest that, please don't leave me. I want to go with you. So we are all going together into this transition. Not that what we are using is lost, but there is a new agreement, a new wave that we have to go into the next energy ladder. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Michael and Trevor, for that wonderful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this discussion has stirred so much questioning in your mind, to arouse some discussions with the policymakers, with politicians, with government, the investors, so that we arrive at a common good. Thank you so much for listening to us. We'll take questions later, maybe over lunch, as we have our lunch. As of now, thank you so much. See you at lunch.
Of what the government is trying to do in terms of the developments and the projects via the science and the business models. So we're happy to hear from a minister speaking like a business person, like one of us. Please join me in inviting the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Engineer Irene Betebe, to present on geothermal and nuclear potential and the future plans.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I am honored this afternoon to be speaking to this esteemed gathering. I really want to thank the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum for being consistent in organizing the annual Mineral Wealth Conference every single year. Even in the middle of COVID, we did have some virtual sessions. So we really want to applaud the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. This afternoon, I will be setting the pace for this session by looking at the geothermal and nuclear potential and future plans to support the energy and mineral sectors of the country. I am aware when I scanned through the program, you've had an elaborate 1.5 days or 1 3/4 days looking at an array of topics. So there is a risk that I might repeat what has been said, but you will forgive me for that. So this particular presentation will focus on a case for nuclear development, but also geothermal power development. And it's important to emphasize the basis for this presentation, which is the need for us to add value to the mineral wealth that the country boasts of. I'm very sure my minister yesterday in her opening remarks must have elaborated the value addition policy, in-country value addition. So Chamber of Mines thought ahead and ensured this program caters for the entire value chain, looking at exploitation, production, but also utilization of the mineral resources. So in terms of geothermal and nuclear power development, I need to set the pace for us to appreciate the energy subsector today, and I will request the slides to be changed, whoever is manning that, or it's supposed to be myself. Excellent. Yes, so when you look at the energy and mineral subsector of Uganda, there is no doubt that there is immense potential for uranium exploitation. And we'll be walking you through the different potentiality in terms of locations where we have targeted a number of areas where we could exploit uranium. So as a key driver, we already have the resource in terms of potentiality. The other aspect when it comes to your geothermal, we've equally established that we do have potential for geothermal, boasting of about 1,500 megawatts equivalent of geothermal. But critically, it's important that we look at the state of energy supply in the country and therefore our energy security for the future. Today in Uganda, we are boasting of an access rate to electricity of 57%, which is very low compared to some of our neighbors. And of this, 19% is on the grid, 38% is off-grid, looking at solar home systems and solar utility plants. So at 57% access in our National Development Plan 3, we have set certain targets that we must achieve. In the medium term, we do have a target to achieve universal access to electricity for the existing population by 2030. Meaning for the current population, we must drive our electrification to 100% by 2030. But what does it take? So of course, in terms of investment, we've already assessed what that will require, over $4 billion of investment, but also we must look at our generation potential. And later on, I will elaborate why our conventional generation options of hydro and solar are not sufficient to drive our future needs, and therefore the need for nuclear, but especially also geothermal. Today we boast of an installed capacity of 1,378.1 megawatts, but it's important to say that we've just concluded a plan working together with National Planning Authority, where we must ramp this up to about 50,000 megawatts by 2040. So the question arises, where will our supply in terms of generation come from? So that we will answer. So the other key driver, of course, is when we look at the levelized cost of electricity of these options that we are talking about compared to the conventional ones that we continue to generate. It's important to note that nuclear and geothermal are also becoming competitive in terms of their tariffs, and with time, they will actually be affordable options in terms of the tariffs. So we shouldn't worry about the end user affordability issues. We should now focus on the value chain. How do we tap into this potential and then be able to meet our needs of electricity for the medium term, but also the long-term future of the country? So moving on, I just want to elaborate why, with all the resources we have in terms of hydropower potential, this will not be sufficient to meet our targets as set in our National Development Plan 3. Today, of course, we are blessed with the River Nile with a certain potential of hydro of about 4,500 megawatts coming to about 5,000 megawatts. But when you look at our long-term need of about 50,000 megawatts, our hydro potential dwarfs compared to our demand at that time. So we must start planning judiciously today on how we will tackle that demand that will materialize in a few years from today. Today, when you look at our energy mix, hydropower plays a role of about 80% contribution to the energy mix. But then can that be sustained into the future? Not at all. We need to bring on board alternative sources of our electricity. And that's where nuclear and geothermal become very important. Of course, what informed our National Development Plan 3 are our ambitions for industrialization. It's very clear as a country, we are not seeking to remain underdeveloped. We seek to industrialize. So the industries of the future, how are we going to serve them in terms of electricity, which is a bedrock to industrialization? So we have a number of plans working with Ministry of Finance, National Planning Authority, but the Uganda Investment Authority too, in terms of the industrial parks that have been identified, and we continue to populate many more in our bid to industrialize. So industrialization is another key driver for our future energy needs. Moving on. Okay, so I now want to focus, therefore, on the geothermal potential as one of the options that we are looking at. We already have, under the Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines, an entire team that is undertaking extensive evaluation of our geothermal potential. And to date, we've been clearly guided from our assessments that we have 4 key geothermal prospects. And on the map, you will see where we have the main geothermal potential sites, but also other small ones, covering areas of Kibiro and a few other areas in southwestern Uganda, Kasese, Katwe, and others, meaning we have potential for geothermal. And when that is ramped up, it gives us 1,500 megawatts potentiality that can be exploited to add to our energy mix. So on our side, as the Ministry of Energy, we are undertaking systematic geothermal exploration, which commenced in 1993, and we continue to undertake a number of studies. Initially, we focused on areas of Katwe Kikorongo, southwestern Uganda, Buranga, Kibiro, as the map indicated in Kasese, areas in Bundibujo, and others in Hoima district that is all in western Uganda, and then Panyimur in Pakwach, which is our current area of focus. So in developing this geothermal, the ministry's overall objective is to sustainably develop it to complement hydropower, as already illustrated, and other sources of energy to meet the energy demand, not only of rural areas, but of the entire country. So moving on, it's important that we then I'm trying to go. the slides are running. Apologies. Okay, so I wanted to walk us through the status of our geothermal development. Sorry, we'll get there. It's moving so fast. Okay, okay, in terms of status, like I've indicated, we are doing extensive work. And apologies. Asaba, come and man your technology. Okay, must be moving at a certain pace. So as it comes on, yes, there, thank you, next. So we are working on a number of areas, but specifically we've undertaken studies that have used geological, geochemical and geophysical methods to really understand the subsurface temperatures and the spatial extent of the geothermal resources. And that we have done and we continue to build on as the ministry. So moving forward, based on the results that we've obtained, especially for Panyimur, that suggests the presence of potential areas, especially the heat in the subsurface, we are now looking to attract investment into the geothermal area of investment. So today we are working with a number of partners. I'm aware that some investors who could also be here, we have already issued a number of licenses to ensure that they are able to evaluate and move into development of these resources. So we've issued a license in Buranga where we are working with a company to ensure we can develop that area, but also another license for Panyimur where we are developing that. And some of these licenses are combined with electricity generation to ensure we are able to address the value chain aspect of the sector development. So the question would be, what is our legal, regulatory, and institutional framework? We want to comfort the investors because we are aware you always seek for stability when it comes to the legal framework. So we do have a robust legal framework that is supported on both ends, on the electricity side in terms of power generation, but also on the mining side in terms of exploiting the resource. My minister yesterday must have elaborated. We've just amended or put in place a new mining and minerals bill that is waiting for assent, and this will be one of the foundational legal documents to support such investment. On the energy side, we've also just put in place a new Electricity Amendment Act of 2022 that goes to support investment in nuclear, but also in geothermal and extensively. So working with the Electricity Regulatory Authority, we are able to issue generation licenses for these areas, so you can seek to invest in uranium or be it geothermal and partner in your consortium through the value chain to electricity generation, and the legal and regulatory framework will support that. So, and on the Ministry of Energy side, through the Directorate of Geothermal Surveys, Geological Surveys and Mines, we continue to provide licenses for the extraction of geothermal resources for direct use of that energy option. So we want to encourage any investor that is interested in investing in geothermal to come to the ministry and interface with us, and we will work out the modalities for investing in that option. Now, coming to nuclear, which is usually a very sensitive investment area, given, of course, the radioactive nature of uranium and the consequent fuel that arises from it. We do have enormous potential still for uranium that we are still evaluating. Today, we might not give specific quantities because a lot of work still has to be done. But at least at the minimum, through our exploration program, we've been able to identify the targets that have been prioritized for detailed exploration. And on that map, where there are either squares or little boxes, all of those are potential areas for uranium production, covering areas in Arua, Pakwach, the other basins, Agago district, coming down to Masindi, Kabarole district, through Mbarara district, that's Western Uganda, but also Hoima district. Meaning that companies that are interested in investing in uranium for purposes of supply of fuel for nuclear power are encouraged to equally consider this particular investment. And when it comes to uranium and therefore nuclear, usually the question is, does the country have a robust legal and regulatory framework given the risk of proliferation of nuclear? It's important to emphasize that in Uganda, number one, we are members of the International Atomic Energy Agency. So in a way, we are regulated by the IAEA at that level, global level. So together with the IAEA, we have worked and ratified a number of international legal instruments that go to bind us as a country to ensure we are putting this nuclear or uranium, for that matter, for only peaceful applications. So we want to comfort investors that no one will put you under pressure to enrich the uranium for other purposes. The other aspect, of course, we do have a bespoke Atomic Energy Act of 2008 that goes to support nuclear power development. We are amending it given the passage of time to ensure that it can sufficiently address issues of decommissioning and others. So we do have a legal and regulatory framework. And in terms of the institutional framework, we equally have under the ministry an entire team that is really working on developing our nuclear power and ensuring investment in nuclear. We have gone ahead, apart from doing an extensive feasibility study that determined the viability of our nuclear power program, we have gone ahead to also identify potential sites. So initially, we had about 4 or 5 sites in Buyende, Nakasongola, Kiruhura, that's Western Uganda, Lamo, Northern Uganda, and Mubende districts, and those are shown on the map. Through our extensive assessment, we have now determined that the best site for this plant will be in Buyende, close to the Lake Victoria shores, in Mayuge district, for purposes of ensuring the nuclear power plant has sufficient water, because through the nuclear cycle of power production, we generate a lot of heat, and you need extensive amounts of water to just keep cooling the plant. So Buyende, on the next slide, is the site that we have identified, and there were many other reasons that drove that decision in terms of land availability, the terrain, because usually for your nuclear power plant, you're looking for a strong bedrock to be able to anchor your nuclear power plant. So this is the site, and we are now going into the process of acquiring that site. We have not only stopped there. There's been extensive work done in terms of developing our roadmap. And from the feasibility study, and as that populates, I will request that it's populated. From our feasibility study, we've determined that initially we can bring on board about 2,000 megawatts of nuclear power by 2031. And where you sit, you might think that this is ambitious, but actually working with the International Atomic Energy Agency, we are still on course for that target. There are a critical number of activities that we have to undertake. In terms of the preparatory work, most of that is now done. We have enacted the law. We established a nuclear energy unit in the ministry. We are currently training, but we had already trained a critical number to start the program, and we continue to work with the different universities to see how they incorporate areas of nuclear power into their curricula. Pre-feasibility study, that was also done and concluded. Equally, the feasibility study was concluded. And now, as we prepare for aspects of construction, please go back, we are working with the International Atomic Energy Agency to assess our stepwise planning and development. We concluded a mission with the International Atomic Energy Agency, and we were cleared as Uganda to progress to phase 2. There are 3 phases. So phase 1, they were seeking assurance that we had undertaken all of that. Preparation, pre-feasibility, feasibility as part of phase 1. They gave us a tick and said you can now progress to phase 2. In phase 2, what are we looking at? They will be very keen, as the International Atomic Energy Agency, to know who our partner is under this program. So we are working with a number of countries. We are working with the government of the Republic of China, working with the government of the Republic of Russia, working with the United States of America. We are very flexible. So we are working with all these governments to be able to identify our best partner. And who is your best partner? That is one, that number one should be able to raise the necessary capital, whether bilateral or through another arrangement, ECS, to invest in the project. Our determination today for the 2,000 megawatts, we need about $9 billion US, which is quite substantive. And we are looking at whether we can phase it to be able to bring on board the first phase so that we are able to manage the capital investment. That is significant investment. So we might go first phase of 1,000 megawatts and then ramp up to 2,000 megawatts. So in this period, for the next 1 year, we'll be working on that to identify the best partner, but also the technology. There are different technologies globally, and each country has their own technology. So we'll be assessing the most suitable technology for Uganda as we move through our roadmap. But as of today, we are on track, but we are also alive to the fact that mobilizing financing for such projects is an uphill task, because you must demonstrate and be able to address a number of aspects, and we are working on those. So I want to interest companies that would want to invest in uranium. Given the value addition policy of government of Uganda, that we already have plans to ensure that this uranium is put to good use within the country in terms of nuclear power development. And I should say that we are fully supported when we meet even with the United States of America. They are fully supportive of this program in view of issues of environment and climate change. As we are going into the energy transition, nuclear power is a very clean option for as long as you manage the waste and very well. So we are also looking at aspects of waste management and how best to handle that. So in conclusion, as I wrap up and setting pace for this session, I want to emphasize that government of Uganda is committed to develop its uranium and geothermal resources. And we therefore want to interest all investors who would want to tap into this option to really approach the ministry, and you'll be supported to do that. Critically, we are seeking to diversify our energy mix for the future, and nuclear and geothermal power will play a significant role in addressing our energy requirements for the future, ensuring our energy security. And energy security is not something we play with. You know, when we went for COP26, it was very clear that every nation was saying no to oil and gas. And just one little change in the dynamics of our global geopolitics, and everyone is changing direction. So Our energy security for the future is extremely critical, and as a ministry, we are not taking this lightly. That's why we are focusing on these energy solutions. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you on behalf of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Thank you.
Thank you, PS. Another round of applause for our PS. Thank you for setting the pace for the next conversation, where we shall be discussing how the country is going to be positioning itself for the energy transition. Obviously, you've highlighted in the energy mix the plans that the government has regarding geothermal and the nuclear power coming on stream in the next couple of years. And we believe the gentleman that will be coming to the podium today for the discussion will be able to shed more light and give a broader perspective on this discussion. I'd like to invite Mr. Vincent Kedi to this podium. I'd also like to invite Mr. Mr. Jonad Asimwe from Impe, Uganda. I'd also like to invite Ms. Caroline Aguti, the Principal Environment Officer, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. And our chemist, Dr. Massa, please come to the podium. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The theme for this panel today is positioning for the energy transition and the future of mining in Uganda as a country. And I'd like to ask just for quick 2 minutes from each person. I'll start with Vincent on your perspective regarding this and how you think as a country would be able to position ourselves for this energy transition.
Thank you very much, Agre. Am I heard? Thank you very much, Agre. I think that as a country, first of all, we are very privileged in terms of our mineral potential and in regard to those minerals that are targeted for the energy transition. And by this, we look at critically 3 of them, cobalt, lithium, and nickel. But we also have others which are critical, graphite, copper, among others. So as a country, we're already privileged, we have this potential within the country. So ideally, to position ourselves strategically, the country has adopted a policy to promote in-country mineral value addition, and specifically targeting these battery minerals. So I believe that with the potential, we are strategically positioned to play a role in the energy transition.
Thank you. Mr. Jonad, from your perspective, do you want to do a quick presentation on what would be the key applications of the critical minerals and their role in clean industrialization? You do have? Just.
Isaac, my presentation, please. As is organizing my presentation, I'm very glad to talk to you once again, and I'm glad to Chambers of Mine and Petroleum Committee for having made this industry look like this, because before this organization, we had few platforms to exchange ideas, and we are so happy that now we are moving ahead. I'm interested in this presentation because I'm not a historian. I don't know how to speak much in paragraphs. I love designing and love showing exactly what is on paper, though I'm going to be different, not so much scientific. I'm going to be like the way our senior Sir Rich was advising us not to be so much scientific, but try to put in that economy and also come into where the industry is. I'm Jonada Simwe, and that's my name. My expertise is I develop projects from scratch. I think outside the box because Uganda has trained me to be that. And IMPE Uganda is just a platform for intellectuals where ideas come from. And we have been publishing many articles in the newspaper over this industry to see that we move ahead and see the better future. My presentation is very simple. It is on applications of critical minerals for clean industrialization. And I want to appreciate Ionic, Rwenzori team. I enjoyed your presentation. It was so much perfect that really it almost tagged everything I wanted to talk about. And that one, it limited my talk that I will present few slides. So when you look at the critical minerals, good. When you look at the critical minerals, we are looking at some few of them because Uganda particularly has many, but most of them have not been explored. As the current speakers have been saying that we have not invested in too much in exploration. But some of them, you can see that we are having lithium already, and it is in Northeast. And I saw a company last day when it is really investing in getting good data over that. Many of them are around, though the globe, they are now taking the course. I want to quote the president in China. He said that for Chinese, they have the rare earth metals, and the Middle East, they have oil and gas. Can I surprise you? No, it's not a surprise, because Uganda is both China and the Middle East, because we have oil and gas, at the same time rare earth metals. So it means for us we are moving ahead, and we are very good to go. But if you look at the critical minerals for social economic transformation, we have looked at copper, and I'm aware today there is tribunal over still under Kilembe mine. It means now the Kilembe also is taking its course. We want to thank the Ministry of Energy through our PS that everything is getting organized, and we are looking at the future because you know the history of copper, and that is one of the major mineral we can talk of in the transition energy we are looking at. So when we look at the percentages, because today our presentation basically is on energy. If you look at solar energy, I have tried to design in a way that you see how cobalt, copper, nickel, lithium, rare earth metals, chromium, zinc, all of them can make a percentage. Even our recent presentation from the PS, the nuclear power, where we need most of these things, we need in hydro and etc. So it means that though we are talking about transition energy, when we are having minerals, but they are just sleeping, things will remain in talk, but they're not going to be acting physically. But I think with this kind of talking and organization, now we are looking at our state moving ahead. The clean energy and its forecast, if you look at whatever which has been invested globally, over $303.5 billion by 2020 was just in investment of that. And we are looking at 19.8% power generated in 2020. All of that one is from the critical minerals application. And 35 rise in generation is forecast by 2030. Our question is, are we contributing to that revenue? Are we getting any money as a country, Uganda, or we are just looking it very far? I think if we invest and then we produce these metals, we are going to be getting part of that money because we can export and we can do everything. That's why you see globally and you see everything how it is happening. It is the energy, but it is the critical minerals which are playing a very big part into this. Wind power, solar power. What was amazing me, when you go to Morocco, their hydropower is the solar. That's why they have over 510 megawatts, and it is the biggest in the whole Africa. I think also we can employ, get these metals, have them, and have better future in our economy. Because revenues, you cannot just say that they will come from where they are not, but we are already having these metals, but we need to really apply them. The rare earth metals, the vitamins, ionic, I'm not going to speak much here because you have all the data, and really you are going to save us because a lot of it is needed in our applications. And if you look, I was trying to model a car, and I'm part of the Kira Motors people who are trying to invade that side. And we are looking at, when we are discussing, you really find that everything which is going to be needed, it is coming from those metals. But most of them, we are looking at importing them. But you ask yourself, don't we have them? We have them. We have cobalt, we have copper, we have now these rare earth metals. And through the PS, I'm requesting you that these companies, as much as they are doing work like Ionic, Rwenzori, etc., but they also face challenges from the community. And you find that the cost of investment increases rather than what they had planned. As the government, as we are looking at the economy of Uganda generally, as the government, we ask you to come in where exactly you are needed so that we can see that our critical metals have come out of the ground. You know, mining is an enemy to environment and the community, but it can be a blessing because you displace people. 5,000 homes need to go, but how? It is a conjunction of we and the government and everyone to understand that we need these metals. So I would look at that. More, Michael is here. I was looking at people, younger people who are knowledgeable. We can have inventions, we can have brains, if at all these metals are put in line. I can't speak much, I'm telling you, there is a lot of application of the critical minerals, and everyone has been presenting, but I want to tell you that if you look at the investment in other countries who have already taken off, like China, I think Uganda, since it is an intersection of China and the Middle East, we can look at the future also coming to our country. But you can see the phones, everything which is electromagnetic, we are having those metals needed. And this is the market we have. How many of us have mobile phones? Everyone has. It means if you have these metals, we don't need to shout for the market. The market is already available. And we shall be seeing our factories here, which are making phones, no longer importing these metals, but having them from here. So we think that there is no much discussion on the critical minerals. We can just conclude and say we need to invest and get them out of where they are. There is a lot of geological studies which have been done. I'm telling you, Uganda has all these things, but we don't have extensive exploration. Most of the data has not been invested in, and without exploration, no investor will to put his 10 billion in something which has not been quantified. So we are looking at all those power networks, a lot of money, like over 620 billion by 2040. We are going to be needing copper and aluminium, and all these things, we have them here in Uganda. How can we tap onto that money as government of Uganda? How can we tap into that money into our country? It is to ensure that our metals come out live and kicking. So I'm not saying that they are moving, but they should come out the way they are. And if you look at the some critical minerals, at some point they're expensive. They are going to be expensive because everyone's talking about transition of energy, but it's not talking about what are we going to use to transit. These are the metals, and one day they will be like those precious metals we are having. I'm calling upon, I know most of us we are here, we are both oil and gas and minerals. Please, we have a campaign going on for ECOP. Let us support all these projects, because tomorrow, if ECOP is stopped, a person will come and stop the rare earth metals, saying that also it is going to cause environmental hazards. So I call upon that every project which is coming on, we work as a team, we ensure that it takes place, because we are developing. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Jonad. Quick and nice presentation. Allow me now to speak to the lady on the bench, Miss Carolina Agoti. As you've already heard, and you know the challenges that ECOP is facing, and the backlash from the environmentalists, what are your views on the counter-accusation that actually the renewables, which need a lot of mineral resources to put together, whether it is solar, the batteries, whether it's wind energy, all the panels, that after the lifespan of these processes, they will still need to be disposed of. So there's already a concern from the extraction, from the mining itself, and then there's a concern towards the life cycle and the disposal of these materials. How would this impact towards the environment?
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think what we need to appreciate that every development will have a positive and negative impact. And certainly in terms of the waste management components, I think very good strategies have been actually put in place in terms of how to manage the waste management components. And we have licensed companies who should be able to ensure that the waste management components of our operations are actually taken into consideration. But also, we are also cognizant of the fact that we are supposed to create awareness, but also ensure that we actually do recycling of the waste that is supposed to be recycled. Certainly some of the things that we are promoting in terms of energy transition, we shall still have challenges because when you look at the aspects of the solar panels and the solar batteries, I think as a country we still have a challenge that we may not actually be able to, we are not yet ready to manage the waste component, and we certainly need to focus on how best we can manage the waste component from the promotion of some of the renewables. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Doctor, having been both working here in Uganda and in Germany, and currently, as you know, even European Union, which has tried to transit for the last couple of years, their energy mix is made of about 17% renewables. From your perspective, what do you think we can do as a country to speed up these developments across the value chain so that we are not left behind towards the energy transition? Or do you think that the speed at which we are supposed to move should be in harmony with the development of the country?
Thank you very much, Agre. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I think the PS presented very well that we have excess energy of at peak generation we have excess energy. Now, one of the things that we have to do, we also have to build the capacity of the people to use this energy and make it affordable. Because why would you generate energy, more energy when you have, when you can consume it? I think for me that's a dysfunctional market. But that said, I will speak about Germany because it's the country that I know. Germany has installed solar capacity of 50,000 megawatts. Now, this country has sunshine only about 6 months in a year. And during the summer, they are able to go 100% renewables. Looking at the price of solar energy, I see that solar has enormous potential for us here in Africa. I think we have tapped so little into this resource. I could see that solar is even cheaper than nuclear. And for me, the politics around building nuclear power plants in this country, I support it. One time I was invited to an event in Nigeria to speak about what energies Africa need. I mentioned nuclear, and I severed my relationship with those people. They never invited me again. So I think, realistically, let us face it. One, we don't have the technical expertise. It's a long distance to walk. But the worldwide, we have the skills pool. We can bring in expertise. But this will be at a premium. So the low-hanging fruit for me is solar. You have geothermal, and all the mineral resources that go into harnessing this. I hope that we can begin on the journey to do beneficiation here in the country for all the minerals that we have. So I see that first and foremost, let us try to support consumption capacity in homes. I'm not an economist. I don't know what model would work so that we can use up. Let us create the need for energy, first of all. At the moment, where we put the excess energy, managing a grid with excess energy is a problem, by the way. So we cannot pump in more when we cannot use what we have. So I think that goes hand in hand with saying we have to develop them at the pace at which we can use them. But I think the technology is ready, and for me, the cost of solar, there's no reason why we cannot. And I see that there's the private sector which has invested in hundreds of megawatts. I don't see why we cannot continue on this journey, but also look at the other possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm back to you, Vincent. The PS spoke about energy security. And as you're aware, almost globally, fossil fuels contribute about 80% of the energy mix. And the renewables may need about 500 billion in the next couple of years to be able to catch there. And most of them are fueled by mineral resources. From where you sit, how do you think Uganda as a country could be able to tap into this market based on what we've had in terms of the mineral potential and how they can contribute in moving up the contribution of renewables in the energy mix?
Thank you very much, Gray. I believe that as a country, we would be able to actually tap into that market of renewable energy if we attracted investment, especially in these minerals that are needed for this energy transition. I talked earlier about the lithium-ion battery, for example, where I spoke about 5 categories of minerals which are very critical. If you go to solar, even when you go to hydro, these capacitors and so forth, all these are minerals. If we attracted investments in this and we have them actually manufactured in country, I believe that we will have tapped into the potential in these very, very important energy sources. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to go back to Madame Aguti. And as Vincent says that because of all these mineral resources, the investors would be coming in here, tapping into the potential. What do you think the impacts would be on climate change?
Thank you. Really, in terms of climate change, we are focusing on the emissions from the mining sector. And you'll appreciate that currently the mining sector contributes about 7% of the estimated emissions in Uganda, which is about 3.5 megatons of carbon dioxide per year. And a result of that, the country certainly has been able to ratify international conventions, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and now the Paris Agreement. And in line with the Paris Agreement, Uganda has been able to develop its nationally determined contributions, which were submitted in September. And in the nationally determined contributions, the mining sector is clearly indicated under manufacturing and industry. So we are really expected as the mining sector to come up with the low emission carbon development pathways for the mining sector. But also as part of the Paris Agreement, Uganda has also developed a long-term climate strategy where we are really focusing on long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategies. But also Uganda as a country, in the bid to ensure that we mitigate the impacts of climate change, we have also developed the Climate Change Act, which will actually guide our investments as a country. But as a sector, or as a program, as the mining program, we really need to focus on switching to renewables or increasing renewable mix in terms of our development of the mining sector. But also we need to invest in low carbon, low emission mining equipment. And we also need to look at substitution of clinker in the cement production process, because this is estimated to contribute about 0.14% metric tons of carbon dioxide. So, and we are also focusing, we should also be focusing on promotion of sustainable extraction of the minerals and promotion of the green minerals, as it has already been talked about. But also in the mining sector, we also need to focus on adaptation strategies, which will enable us to reduce the vulnerability of the mining sector to climate change. The vulnerability assessment has been undertaken, and it clearly indicates that the mining sector is, in terms of risk to climate change, is rated at 4%, which is high, and in terms of vulnerability is rated at 3. So this is actually high, and we need to be able to ensure that we climate-proof our investments to ensure that the risks and vulnerability due to climate change are actually taken into consideration. We also need to increase on the resilience of the grassroots communities as part of our adaptation initiatives in the mining sector. And we also need to focus on the aspects of promotion of soil and biodiversity conservation and catchment protection. You'll again appreciate that some of our mining operations are actually in fragile ecosystems, and you're also working among communities. In terms of manufacturing, we need to promote sustainability and resource productivity and efficiency. And we also use a lot of water in terms of our mining processes, and we have to ensure resilient access to water supply for both domestic and productive use. We need to build climate resilient mines, because you'll appreciate that Kilembe is actually one of these areas that are at high risk each time we get flash floods. So we really need to focus as companies that we need to come up with our low carbon emission development goals as companies that are doing mining. But also we need to have our own policies and plans as companies that are really focused towards aspects of climate mitigation and adaptation. But also one of the key challenges we actually have in terms of mitigating the greenhouse gas emissions from the sector is really the carbon emission factors. And we are working with the Climate Change Department to actually ensure that we develop measurement, reporting, and verification tool focusing on the mining sector. And we are developing the data protocols for collection of data. Because actually in the mining sector, the things that are key that contribute to carbon emissions, or what they really look at in terms of looking at what contributes to the carbon emission, is the source of fuel that we use. You'll appreciate that many of our factories or the mining industry uses biomass, but also use fossil fuels. So we need to be able to quantify how much biomass we are using, how much fossil fuels we are using, but also the type of equipment that we are using. But currently, if we come to the mining sector, when we try to collect this information, we don't get it easily. So it is very important that the companies actually begin to collect this information if we are going to get our carbon emission factors for the mining sector right. I think that is what I have to share for now. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I'd want to come back to Jonad. So Jonad, you've highlighted the uses of the critical minerals on the vehicles, on solar, and other applications. But since we have the PS here, and the chairperson of NPA, and we have 3,000 Ugandans standing 18 each year, what are those other applications where we can use the critical minerals that would be for the future? Because maybe the people who are being churned out of university need to be given special skills and competences to be able to match up with the energy transition.
Okay, thank you so much. As we say that for the critical minerals, they look invisible, but they are visible when someone gets to understand where they are working. Everything we are using, it has a percentage of a critical mineral. I would want even if you check your bottle of water you are taking, you'll find some minerals there. Everything you are carrying around, it has a mineral which is critical. And some countries have reached an extent of making them strategic minerals because we just know few of them which are strategic, but when they are put into use and to application, you'll find that their revenues they are generating will end up being made strategic minerals. There are many students who are doing all this, who are learning under the same industry, and they look at the opportunities not being there. But in case if these industries have been developed where particularly I'm looking at a topic of critical minerals, I have been estimating where they can be applied. But to me, as a scholar person and who is still also interested to learn more, I would think that when this industry is extended and people know that the minerals exist and they come to exist physically, many students are going to have innovations, and even the ministry itself, it can get chance to see how its own resources in the country are existing. But if at all we don't come and put them out, we think that these things are in China only. Someday when I was in Hong Kong, I happened to be meeting a few youth members, designing phones, designing all those electrical things. But it is because they had avenues of getting anything they want. And I would think that having this industry coming up, having these critical minerals being developed, we shall see more resources coming out, more innovations coming out, and energy transition won't be a story to tell, but it will be existing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonat. Maybe to our bosses, the PS and the chairperson, we probably need to think about the youth and what exactly they are studying for the future and how we need to train them to be able to take part of this conversation. But if they are still discussing Zwangendaba and the Great Trek, we might have a difficult conversation in the next 5-7 years. My last question before we go to the audience, we'll go to Doctor. Doctor, you presented earlier a couple of patents that you've done and registered and all the awards that you've had. Hearing what Junad is speaking about and what Vincent is talking about, from your experience, how can we make our mineral value chain quicker, less expensive, and use better technologies to be able to extract the value that we have.
Thank you, Agre. At the moment, a lot of focus is on the electromobility. And there, what we're talking about is lithium. I'm not aware about how much quantities of lithium we actually have in the country. If we could begin the value chain addition, we have to look at the nature of the mine and the technology that we would need to access that lithium. So you might find that the unit cost to get a kilogram of lithium out of the earth is too expensive compared to the lithium that you get from Chile, from a saline lake. Now that way, it's going to become what we must understand. For us to grow technologically, we need technologies depend on each other. There's this interdependency. So why, what Jordan mentioned when he was in Hong Kong, why this are able to fabricate so many things is because the ecosystem is extremely supportive. Now, as Uganda, when we begin now to extract, we have to look at the feasibility. What technology do we need to access it? Is it cost competitive compared to the lithium that you get from the surface in Chile so easily? So there are questions that we need to first address before we can embark, before that question can be answered. But we have cobalt. I think we have sizable reserves of that. Fortunately, it coexists with the copper and nickel, which are both useful. So I think there's a comparative advantage if we aim at the Kilemba mines, for example. I don't know what became of the Kasese cobalt mines, but those, I think, in my view, I would make a first guess that those are potentially the low-hanging fruits that we could aim for to benefit from this energy transition. Now, for the rare earth, I think there's something that we need to understand a little bit better. Now, most people talk about rare earth, but when they are referring to maybe metals like neodymium that are used in the gas turbines. So we cannot holistically talk about rare earth. We have to look at what are we looking at. Is it neodymium? Is it cerium? Is it europium? So we have to be specific. Now, neodymium, I think we have it, and myself, I took a sample of salt from Katre, and I discovered some neodymium in that deposit myself. So I think we can target that and say if we can recover this, that can also become a low-hanging fruit. Now, that also answers the question that we do not know what we have. So exploration, and the geochemical studies. So that's where we should begin, be very deliberate. We cannot jump a step. We have to take it stepwise. There are no quick fixes, like I mentioned before. Now, but that said, maybe for the purpose of the permanent secretary who is here, one time I had a lonely conversation with one of the old ministers of energy, not my friend Sir Rich. I was talking about hydrogen energy, and I had a very lonely conversation because it was not making sense. And that time also lithium was, I was talking about lithium many years in advance. But we can, for the purposes of the young people, many of you who follow technological breakthroughs, hydrogen has gained very sharp focus because of the energy crisis in Europe. And Europe has dedicated mega resources to get green hydrogen, including sourcing it from Africa. So there's Namibia, for example, has been earmarked as a target spot where Germany could produce hydrogen, put it on ships, and take it over there. Now, rather than be spectators that observe people working on technologies, I think we need to invest some money in R&D, and I want, hopefully, the ministry to also have an active R&D department that looks also at the future beyond lithium and magnesium, and cobalt, rather. Now, for your own information, those of you that maybe don't have this information, I did some studies on lithium. If every car is to use lithium. Maybe even 50% of the cars that use lithium. Within 100 years, we shall have taken away out from the earth all the lithium that we have. That's if we don't recycle. If we recycle, in 200 years, we shall have no lithium on this planet. It will be lost somewhere. Now, a truly sustainable energy for eternity, if you want a green energy for eternity, I want us to look beyond that point, invest in research, wind, solar again, but also an advocate of looking at hydrogen that we can get from water using renewable energies as a potential sustainable fuel for eternity. Thank you very much. I hope that answers some of the questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Made some fantastic points. I think points that also had been echoed by Sir Rich in terms of the mineral strategy and what do we need to focus on, unpack, and then create a complete value chain along specific minerals. But again, you also speak to the fact that the young people, our leaders are here. I think there needs to be a renewed focus on what they get to learn and where they get applied. Otherwise, thank you so much. Before you leave, I would like to invite the audience for any comments, questions for our distinguished panel.
Thank you so much, distinguished presenters. I have some few questions, one or two, but just a comment. Just to Doctor, first and foremost. I think in terms of planning, and my name is Frank Mjenyi from Minerals Africa Development Institution. Let's have short-term, medium-term, and long-term. So when we are having low-hanging fruits, yes, we can look at those for short-term. But in the long-term, personally, I think we can also consider other potentials that we have. When you look at Ukraine first right now, as of 2021, 55.5% of its electricity was produced by nuclear. They have 4 nuclear power plants. So I don't see why we should shy away because of the sensitivities of nuclear, not to have it. When we are planning that by 2040, we should have a population that has an income of almost 10,000 per head, which is 9,500 per GDP per capita. What I think we need to do, as I did present earlier, I think we should need to look at a regional perspective. That could also reduce the sensitivities. When I looked at the presentation on where the concentration of where we can have nuclear plants is closer to DRC and other areas, why don't we have a regional perspective under the auspices of either African Union or East African Community or COMESA per se? When you look at the nuclear plants in Ukraine, they are actually an issue of Europe. It's controlled and regulated under the EU, even though it's not yet part of NATO, but at least they are being managed and guided by EU rules. So I think if we look at it general regional perspective, we can actually develop long-term strategies that consider also these other potential power to generate. Because when you look at the population of Uganda by 2040, when we are planning for a GDP of 9,500, how many are we going to be? Probably 60 million. So we need more power for industrialization, so we need to look at different issues of power. And therefore, if you talk about low-hanging fruits, I am with you, but I think we need to look at short-term and also invest in the youth, as talked by the Jordan. I think it is very important. And my question would be to the PS. I don't know if she will be able to answer it, but also the panel. How are we ensuring that we are planting now for the future? Because when you look at the assets we have, are only 2, the youth population and natural resources. No economy is going to grow without natural resources or mineral resources. The minister in the morning, the honorable minister, presented everything and said each and every sector will need them. STI is cross-cutting. So how are we preparing our young people, including changing curriculums, to see that even at primary level, young people are thinking of producing robotics, AI, artificial intelligence, they are dismantling phones and so forth, so that we have a generation. The boy who is born today, the child who is born today, by 2040 will be 18 years. Those who are 18 will be 36. So they are the ones who are going to be doing this. So finally, the other issue is to the environment. Sorry, Mr. Moderator. We know that investment in Africa is based, or generally the rest of the world is based on environment, social and governance. But Africa, when you look at what those entail, Africa doesn't have even a minimum standard of its own on environment, social and governance. We don't have our own standards. These standards that are based on by the investors are from there, but we do have investment protection, social protection, and impact assessments. How can we ensure that we have standards which don't only look at environment, social and governance, but also look at environment, economic, social and governance? When you include economic, then you reduce the danger of what Jordan talked about, the 5,000 families that will be displaced. Then you think about them in terms of economic terms, not in terms of social terms. Thank you.
There's a question at the back. And to the side. We'll take those for round one, and then we shall come back for round two.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Akelo Sara from Moroto, Karamoja region. I'm a miner as well as a human rights defender. It is just a point of concern. We are positioning Uganda in the mineral sector for the green and energy revolution. And we had it from very many speakers yesterday on the green energy revolution. Now, where are we putting the concerns of our communities? Where are you going to get the materials from? And on whose land? Why am I giving all these questions? It's because the investors who are investing in our country are not respecting the rights of the indigenous communities. Reason being, one, they don't relate very well with our communities. Two, they don't communicate well with our communities, and they are never transparent in the industry. Also looking at their commitments, they are never committed in what they are supposed, or the benefits which are supposed to go to our local communities. And still we are saying we want to position the Uganda mineral sector to a greener one. What about positioning our regions, our communities, where you are going to get these minerals from? The mindsets. We were here talking of the risks. Even us, we shall be having risks back to our communities. Even those risks will affect the work of the mining industries or the work of the investors if the mind of people have been changed, giving us also a risk of trauma because these investors don't comply with the mining communities. And what are their commitments? Even us, we have our interest in our communities. We want to benefit from the work of these investors. And you find we are looking higher, aiming higher, bringing Uganda to that position. Through which mechanisms, which measures? The natural resources are there, plenty, and you find these natural resources are just put in disadvantageous places. Where already these people have been affected with their own conditions. Will they comply with the work of the investors?
Thank you.
So, in the revolution or in the transitioning phase, let us bring communities on board.
Thank you.
So that we achieve
the right investment in our country so that we change Uganda's economy and becomes the best, as the minister said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Point taken. We shall address it. There were 2 hands this side, and we'll take that as the first round. Please keep your questions short so that we have enough time for the responses.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the panel. A very good evening to you all. My name is Survivor Arinetwe. I work with Minerals Africa Development Institution. So my question is to Dr. Justus. It's about an alternative to lithium after the statistics he has given in terms of how quickly we could run out of the reserves if at all we do not recycle and if at all we recycle. So the question is, yesterday someone, Dr. Gashom, threw into another option, which is sodium ion. So I would love Dr. Justus to please shed more light to the House at large if sodium ion could actually work as a substitute or if it's not possible. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is John Odiek from the New Vision. I would like to ask Dr. Justus, last night a market vendor in Mbale was wondering why the solar panels, they have street lights made out of solar. But in the evenings, they don't work. So there's an expert who tried to explain that when there's, I think, sunlight for about 2 hours during the day, I don't know what but then only 2 hours during the day in the evenings, they are not able to light. So, but also, I will explain a bit more. I wanted also to come in here with to the PS that there's a solar project by Busitema University built by the Egyptians. I don't know, several megawatts, 5 megawatts. That was launched almost 6 months ago. But the government has never actually used it. I know there's no power purchase agreement. So we have those solar panels lying in Mbale. Now, also coming to this, make a complex question. When you talk about the cost of the solar to generate the power, now are these for large-scale plants, or because most of the people using this solar for lighting at homes and the like? Now, if industries are to use this solar power, would the cost still be the same for domestic use, for industrial use? Then we have these solar technologies. The ones from US are very expensive. The ones from China, they are cheap, they can use, so people are not able to buy the ones from US because they are very expensive but durable. But so, Dr. Justus, I don't understand how this solar thing can work when you have 2 hours of sunlight during the day, then in the evening, when you need to use these things from 6 p.m. to another 6 a.m., it can't function. I don't know what technology is required there. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you. We'll take this for the first round. And I'd like to invite first Vincent, then Madame Anguti, and Dr. Massa. And the PS will also wrap up the first round. Vincent.
Thank you, Agre. I think on my part, I got one particular question, and that is from Sarah, where these materials or minerals and on whose land. Sarah, you know very well, we've been in several workshops, and I've answered this question severally, where we say that in Uganda here we have 2 laws, one that covers the land and one that covers the minerals. And the Land Act is very, very clear that the land belongs to the owner or to the individual or to the people. But on the other hand, the Constitution and also the Mining Act are clear that the minerals in that land belong to all Ugandans. The minerals belong to all the Ugandans, but are held in trust by the government of Uganda. So the minerals do not belong to an individual, they belong to all Ugandans and held in trust by government. And so in that regard, you emphasize that there is need to bring the communities on board. I want to tell you that this is something that we're working on. The new mining and minerals bill now will make it a requirement for all these companies to have a community development agreement with the host communities around the mining venture. So this is something we are looking forward to and we're going to implement. We are also aware that the needs of our local communities are quite sometimes overwhelming for the investor. And so we are going to make sure that we shall come up with a model community development agreement to guide these negotiations. And really the agreements that we encourage communities to enter with the investors have to make business sense. And so that's why we're going to have a model community development agreement. So this is a good thing, Sarah, and I think that it is something that the communities will be happy with. I think that will protect the rights of the indigenous communities which you are concerned about. I know PS will answer about the solar lights and other strategic planning questions. Thank you.
Yes, there was a question relating to environment and social standards for the mining sector. Yes, we appreciate that currently what we have really is the environment and social impact assessments and strategic environment assessments. So we may not have specific standards in terms of performance standards for the mining sector. But again, the people in this room are the experts. And we pledge that we can work with you. You can share the best practices, and we should be able to work with the Uganda Bureau of Standards to develop specific standards for environment, for the mining sector. But we could also be able to come up with specific performance standards for the mining sector and develop a scorecard where we should be able to look at the performance of the mining companies in relation to their compliance to environment and social safeguards. And that is an area where we are actually not doing well as the mining sector. So our corporate image is actually not very well out there because we are not actually sticking to the compliance level in line with what is existing in the country as the laws in terms of environment and social consideration, but also in terms of health and safety. People actually don't appreciate the reason why they should put on PPE. So again, I think that is why we really need to have some standard such that somebody will actually be able to appreciate that if you don't put on PPE, you're going to lose this number of hours or this amount of money, but also it's a reputational risk for you as a company. So we shall certainly focus on ensuring that the mining companies have very strong policies and policy statements in terms of health, safety, and environment, but also in terms of the waste management component of our activities. But again, we shall come back to the experts such that we work together as a team, but we also need to gain social acceptance of some of the considerations in terms of health, safety, and environment that the country has in place. And we need to intensify the level of awareness for the miners to be able to appreciate the reason why they need to comply. Because you certainly appreciate that when we go to Kasese, they will tell you all the water is polluted. And this is actually attributed to the mining activities. So how are we going to manage our tailings? But also in terms of siting of our mining activities, how should we do it right? Some of our operations are in very fragile ecosystems. We are operating in central forest reserves. We are operating near lakes and rivers. But what considerations are we putting in place? Are we waiting for the government to come and to use the stick? But again, self-compliance would be the best option for us to be able to guard our reputation risks and companies that are doing mining, but also not to lose money. I know that the banks now require that if you're going to request or if you're going to get a bank loan, they will ask you to present your environment and social impact certificate. But again, how many of us actually implement the conditions of approval in those certificates. Everybody will be looking out for a certificate for them to progress to the next level. But beyond that, companies are not keen to developing their environment and social management plans and ensuring that they actually implement them. Nobody will focus on looking at the biodiversity in that area and using the mitigation hierarchy to actually avoid the sensitive ecosystems, the plants and the animals. So we need to work together with the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum to actually ensure that our members comply and we avoid the pollution levels that are actually attributed to the mining sector currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Doctor?
Thank you, Agre. Frank, I think I'm not an opponent of nuclear energy. I'm a strong opponent of nuclear energy. And I believe that this is one of the best sources of energy that we must pursue, absolutely. But I'm also a realist. It's very interesting when the PS is talking and she's saying they talk to China, to Russia, to America. This is very interesting. That's where the problems begin. because I think this is also a geopolitical problem, to be honest. You like it or not. You know that the secretary for the UN, US secretary to the UN came to Uganda right after the foreign minister of Russia had come here. So these are very delicate things if you don't have the technology here. I'm 100% in support of nuclear energy. It's a long distance to walk. The PS herself told us that we have to wait until 2031. So it's a long-term solution by its nature already. But I would love to see ambitious steps towards that. I think you can even scale it back. If you manage your relations very well and you import fuel from elsewhere, if that needs to be done as a quick fit. So just to clarify that. Now to Arinaitre, when we run out of lithium, sodium could be an option, but lithium is unbeatable. It's unbeatable in the sense that it's the third element in the periodic table. It's the lightest metal that we have. Now, that means you can pack a lot of lithium ions in a small volume. So you have a nice battery that is storing a lot of energy in a small density. That's why your smartphones are like that. If I would give you the same energy with a sodium ion battery, I might have to increase the size of your phone by 3 times so that you can have the same power. So that means you cannot beat them. Alternatively, you are telling me that if the current mileage for the electric car, which is in the region of about 500 kilometers on a lithium ion battery, if I give you the sodium ion battery, you have to make your car 3 times bigger, 3 times heavier, and it takes you only half of the distance. So it's a very bad option. So that should not be, it can work, maybe for stationary, but not for mobility. But that said, we have other battery technologies that can be used for stationary applications, so that maybe lithium can be dedicated for electromobility and portable devices like this, because at the moment, we don't have any battery architecture that can beat that for now. John, if your solar is able to charge your battery and it is full, then you come in the evening and it's empty. It's not the problem of the solar panel, it's the problem of your battery. Solar cells, photovoltaics, it's very primitive technology actually. Some silicon wafers with silver wires running over. So when solar hits on it, the electrons get excited, silver ions trap them and take them to the battery and destroy it there. So there's nothing, it's almost impossible that something can go wrong with a photovoltaic. It has to be so badly engineered. But the batteries suffer from problems like self-discharge. That's also a bad engineering of the battery itself, so the battery architecture needs to be improved upon. So that would be the problem that these market vendors are facing. I think for the question on the pricing of solar energy for domestic and industrial, I think the PS can answer to this. But for your information, when you generate solar above what you can use at home, you can feed this to the grid. And this will then can be part of the grid, and the industry does not distinguish whether this is coming from hydro, from nuclear. It's just part of the grid. And that is what I could say. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Over to you, Madam PS.
Thank you very much. There were a number of areas. I'll try to summarize them in the interest of time. I'll start with issues to do with our curriculum and the ability to address the emerging areas around the energy transition and related minerals. Good enough, our curriculum is not a permanent document. We keep revising it time and again. I know that Ministry of Education is working on updating the curriculum, and our role, we organized under programs. Our role as Minister of Energy and Mineral Development is to ensure we bring these issues to the attention of the Ministry of Education, and they should be able to address them. But within government, there is a broader strategy on ensuring we are promoting STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths. And in an attempt to do that, we have even seen efforts to enhance salaries for scientists so that they are incentivized to innovate, but also to create new aspects of their studies. So this is something that we'll continue to engage the Ministry of Education on. And as the Minister of Energy, ours is to inform them of these priorities. So we note that. Issues to do with community and land acquisition. The key point is we do have a guiding legal and regulatory framework when it comes to aspects of land acquisition. And we work with our partners in the industry to ensure they abide by these requirements of the legal framework. But what we also emphasize to our partners is the need to obtain a social license in the areas where they operate. How do you obtain a social license? So we always encourage them to have stakeholder engagement plans where they are engaging the communities on an ongoing basis. And for those that don't, of course, we keep coming in as a ministry to ensure they are supported to do that. But also critically, we encourage them to think through their corporate social responsibility. Let the communities see you as a good neighbor. So there are things you can do for the community, and you will obtain that social license. And then on our side as government, we are working to ensure benefits accruing from these extractive industries trickle down to these communities. If the communities do not see services in terms of electricity, in terms of road network, then they will not support these projects. So we work with the districts where we remit royalties to ensure that these royalties really trickle down in terms of service delivery. So, and the other aspect is national content. I know we've been big on it in petroleum. We want to have a similar drive when it comes to the mineral subsector, to have a clear national content strategy for the mineral subsector. What will that do? That will ensure that we are seeing more Ugandans providing goods and services to the industry, including the local communities. There are those aspects that could possibly be taken care of by the communities. But the other aspect is employment, ensuring that more Ugandans are employed actively in the mining subsector. So those are some of the strategies. And good enough, we've been supported in terms of the overall national content strategy by a bill that has just been passed in Parliament, the local content bill that covers beyond the petroleum industry. So on our side, stakeholder engagement remains very critical. I will then address the issue of nuclear. I think that has been well debated, but I do not the issue of handling this at a regional level so that it is not just a Ugandan issue, but a regional issue. So that we note, but nuclear will remain critical to meet our energy needs, no doubt it will. And that doesn't take away the fact that we are not promoting other options. It's because the presentation was very focused, but we are promoting solar investments. As we speak today, we have, in terms of solar utility, feeding into the grid, about 60 megawatts, and a number of mini grids in islands and far-to-reach areas. And we continue to attract investment in solar. And for the future, we see our energy mix having increased solar to almost about 40% by 2040. So we are promoting the solar investment. We continue to grapple with the tariffs that the investors aim for. And that remains one of the bottlenecks. When they come in with solar, they are pushing for tariffs in the region of 8 to 9 US cents per kilowatt hour, which we then have to continue renegotiating and ensuring we are getting the right affordable electricity, very critical. There was an issue of Wusitema. Yes, we did launch that project, but that sounds an operational issue. We are working with the university to conclude the power purchase agreement. I even don't think that is for the conference. It sounds like something we could have discussed away or outside the meeting. I wanted to also speak to the issue of solar lighting, and the good professor referred to it. We already have a pilot project where we are producing solar power at Kololo, and we are applying the net metering principle. So you can feed into the grid, and later on you can also take from the grid. So those are some of the areas to address the issues of battery storage and others. Net metering. At peak, when you're able to produce excess, sell to the grid. And then when you need power, you purchase from the grid. And then we net meter. You don't have to pay in cash. We just net off. And then you're able to continue with that. So this is an aspect that we want to roll out to many other areas in the country. So with that, I think we've addressed the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Madam PS. I think net metering is a welcome intervention. I'm sure you're aware that Kenya has just implemented that law now, and they are, I think, moved up almost 15% of their energy needs by just implementing the law. So I think it will be very good for the country. I'd like to take just 3 other questions so that we can get to listen to the brilliant chairperson of the National Planning Authority. Only 3 questions, and I can let the panel go.
Thank you. My name is Waswa Moses. I am proudly from Zimbabwe. I am the MD of Swift Mines. It's a human resource company. Thank you very much, all the panelists and all the miners here, large scale and big, small scale. I think we've quite had a lot of content, and thank you very much. However, I feel we need more data when it comes to how much minerals, in terms of how much the minerals we have, and you know, how much in terms of quantities and how much we're going to gain per mineral. I think that excites me as a Ugandan. Every time I hear and attend conferences in oil and gas, I get excited to, you know, get all these figures. I think we have talked a lot and we've heard about energy, but how does the local Ugandan identify with these minerals? I want to know how much does Uganda stand to get? How much does the local content, you know, people get in terms of jobs? Yes, the PS has talked about jobs, but we also want to get excited and buy into this vision, because this industry, we understand it actually has bigger potential than what we have in the Albertine area. So you could throw more light in terms of revenue. If we have uranium, how much is, the science, no. At least we need to work with the, proximities of how much we intend to get out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Agree. The questions are quite many. I don't know what we're going to do about it.
Finally, you saw me. Thank you very much. My name is Kwatampora Alex. I'm a geologist and a former project manager, Klembe Mines. I just wanted to give a clarification to Doctor. You were wondering what happened with the cobalt plant in Kasese, and you were wondering whether it was being mined in Kasese. No. The cobalt that was being processed at Kasese Cobalt Company Limited was actually part of the ore mined at Klembe. So it was only the pyrite concentrate that was dumped at Kasese, near where they built the plant. And actually they depleted that pyrite concentrate in 2013. So the cobalt plant is under care and maintenance. So as long as Klembe Mines does not produce more cobalt, or the cobalt in the tailings is processed to feed the KCCL, it will still remain like that. But we hope now that government has taken steps to revamp Klembe Mines, something will be done. Because the cobalt, the pyrite that was processed in that plant was actually by bioleaching, and it was tailored for that plant using the bacteria from the pyrite concentrate. So that it's still under care and maintenance. I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you, Alex. One more question.
Thank you very much. My name is Nasuna Grace from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Mine is not a question, it's just a small contribution. The communities have said that they are not receiving anything from the investors. We have a plan to, as we are positioning ourselves for this green energy, we are also planning to sensitize the communities to position themselves. Because if the communities don't know what to bargain for with the investors, then they will not know what to get. So we are planning to sensitize the communities, just like we've been doing some training, but we are planning to sensitize to them. Some of the things they should know is that they should be able to partner with these investors. They should find a way out of partnering with these investors. And as they are partnering, they are part of the business. And if you are part of the business, you know how to report. You do the reporting to the Department of Geological Survey and Mines. And as we do the evaluation, whether we renew the licenses or not, we are taking into considerations the concerns of the community. So the communities also need to know the risks, how these risks are going to be handled by these investors. So before a project is accepted, communities must know all these things, that their risks have to be addressed. And as they are bargaining during the acquisition of the social license to operate, they should not just accept things like contribution, that we, like how one of us said that they are going to build a police post for you as a contribution. No, that is not what you like. You know what you like as the community. So before this project is taking place, you must be involved. Don't sit at home. Get involved and ensure that it is properly accepted. So thank you very much. Also on the data, we are going to give you data on the quantities of the minerals that you are talking about. We are preparing promotional materials currently, and we will be disseminating them. So we have heard that that is one of the questions that you are interested in.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we have the comments from Vincent, and then we'll close.
Thank you very much, Agre, and thank you very much, Grace, for supplementing the answer to that question. I think I received 2 questions. One was data. There was a request for data in terms of how much quantities of the minerals we have in the country and what value they have. I'd like to say that most of you who attended yesterday, we had some presentations in regard to how much of the minerals were discovered. For example, Rwenzori Rare Earth was reporting a discovery of about 520 million tons, 532, well, 2 more, 532 million tons of aluminous clays in Makutu. We also had a presentation from Blencoe, who are managing the graphite resources in Orom, where they were reporting estimated reserves of about 2 to 3 billion tons, with a JOC, which is a standardized classification scheme of about 24.5 million tons at about a 6% TCG. So in regard to other minerals like gold also, we have about 31 million tons of gold discovered in Busia by a company called Wagagai. In terms of the value, we can debate that, I think, later. And so many other minerals where the discoveries. I agree with you. Maybe we need to be communicating some of this information in a very strategic way so that the country can appreciate and possibly appreciate also the huge potential that this sector has. And then in regard to the question that my brother Alex posed in regard to Kasese Cobalt Company, you know, I know the project is under care and maintenance for now, but it is the revitalization of that project is hinged on the broader strategic efforts to revitalize Kilembe mines. And part of the tailings which contain cobalt are part of the broader efforts or the broader package that we have put for an investor that is going to take over Kilembe mines. So we hope that we can fast track the processes of acquiring a new investor for the mines. And if KCCL is to be part of the mine, it will also be part of the efforts that the government, together with the new operator, will determine at the time of negotiations as to whether KCCL will continue operating those tailings. Thank you.
Thank you. A big hand clap for our panel. A big hand clap. Thank you very much. No further questions. We are behind. Please, you can go back to your seats. I also request everyone to stand up for now, 2 minutes, so we can stretch a bit. Health break. I think it's needed. We can stretch. Just clap a bit, guys. Up. Yeah. Okay, we are towards the end of our today 11th annual conference. Please allow me at this juncture to invite Professor Pamela Mbabazi, the chairperson for the National Planning Authority, to share with us her well of wisdom in regards to the country. And thereafter, we shall be closing down our days. For all those who have questions, please, the people are still available. You can have a conversation with them. We have a cocktail later, so you can be able to have a one-on-one.
Yes, I'll use this one. Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator. The chairperson, the chairman, Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, our PS, Engineer Batebe, all distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I want to begin by thanking the Chamber of Mines for inviting me to be a part of this conference, because I think as a country, as a people, as stakeholders, having these conversations, having these discussions to really take stock of where we are as a country, and particularly in this critical subsector of the mineral sector, to see where have we come from, where are we, and where do we want to go, are very critical. And I want to thank the Chamber of Mines for really creating this space. And I want to encourage us to have more of such engagements, because, I mean, we're reaching this critical time as a country and as a continent, where we really need to see where do we have the best potential? What can we focus on? What will make us more relevant? And I think that certainly the discussions, at least that I sat in at the end, seem to point to the fact that minerals are very critical. They're something we have not paid that much attention to, perhaps, and we need to work together to see how we can really galvanize this subsector and get it on the right trajectory. So it is really my pleasure to make the concluding remarks at this very great conference that touches the core of Uganda's development agenda. I think God has blessed Africa. He has blessed Uganda with a great wealth of natural resources that can be exploited to transform our people, our society, and this country, Uganda, is no exception. And therefore, holding such a conference, as I said, where an approach to their exploitation is being discussed, is very relevant at such a time. Uganda is prioritizing mineral exploitation because it's very critical for our industrialization process. I totally agree with the previous speakers that we cannot industrialize unless we really prioritize exploiting our minerals. And we can't even begin to think of transforming our economy or improving household incomes if we really don't focus on what will move us faster as an economy. So minerals, in addition to their intrinsic practical value as part of a manufactured product, have a significant general value to an economy from both a financial, economic, and employment standpoint. Globally, the demand for minerals is certainly increasing, and investing in mineral development will lower the cost of production, increase the return on investment, and boost the supply of locally manufactured products like cement, iron, fertilizers, steel, which we need as a country. Now, mineral development, as you well know, is critical for enhancing value addition to minerals as one of Uganda's key growth opportunities. It facilitates the resource-based industrialization agenda articulated by our Vision 2040 and NDP3 through value addition to available minerals. Now, this increases export earnings and creates jobs. Furthermore, sustainable mineral development provides resources that, if well utilized, can leverage investments in other sectors of the economy and lead to increased household incomes and quality of life, which, as you well know, is our goal for the NDP3. Now, Uganda is home to over 25 different minerals, as you must all know, and I think one of the previous speakers really gave us a clear presentation on that. And these need to be gainfully exploited to benefit our nation in achieving the target of attaining our middle income. Some of them, as they indicated, are gold, iron ore, zinc, copper, cobalt, lead, and I think the list was well exhaustively discussed in the discussion since yesterday. And Uganda's mineral development strategy is really a two-pronged approach to developing Uganda's mineral potential. And I want to re-echo that. That first, minerals whose quantities and values are known and where studies and work towards their development have already commenced, there is, I think we are really on track to have developed. 5 minerals have been prioritized in our development plan across value chains, and these that we are prioritizing at the moment are iron ore, gold, copper, phosphates, and development minerals, that's marble, silica, sand, and limestone. And this is what government is prioritizing. Second, more studies will be undertaken to ascertain the quantity and quality of other minerals for development in subsequent plans, as the PS rightly pointed out. Now, even though minerals can be a useful resource in driving a country's economic agenda, the methods and means that the country uses to exploit them matter a lot. And I think our doctor colleague from Max Planck Institute mentioned that. In many cases, a lot of energy is needed to achieve the desired end. And today, more than at any other time in history, the type of energy used to achieve this desired end matters. This is because we are facing the issue of climate change, and energy usage is a big factor in this discussion, as we have been well, I think, reminded in this meeting. A case in point, Uganda is prioritizing iron ore for iron and steel production. Iron and steel is the backbone of any industrialization. No country the world over has been able to develop without investing heavily in iron and steel. Developing the iron and steel industry will enable Uganda achieve our development aspirations defined in our NDP 3 and Vision 2040, which revolve around industrialization. However, the steel industry is one of the highest carbon emitting industries, accounting for 7% of carbon emissions globally, and a growing global population and expanding urbanization are expected to trigger a rise in global steel demand by 2050. Specifically, Uganda's population, currently standing at 44 million, is projected to reach 100 million by 2050. Now, this increased demand for steel will increase carbon emissions at the national level. The carbon footprint in the steel industry is a challenge to the entire world. It is thus imperative to incorporate the aspect of greening the industry from the onset, exploring ways of using environmentally friendly technologies at the feasibility stage. Significant impact will be realized when cleaner fuels and reduction agents are used from the onset in developing Uganda's industry where possible. For many decades, ladies and gentlemen, the steel industry has heavily depended on coal for its power supply, as well as for reduction. NPA has already undertaken a study on the energy demand for the entire country with a view of planning of how this transition from coal to gas usage can be made. An intergovernment committee is working at having natural gas from Tanzania by using, for use in industrial processes. We have therefore started the journey of facilitating the green energy revolution in the mining sector. Furthermore, NPA has worked with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives and developed Uganda's first industrialization master plan for the next 20 years. It presents a stepwise approach to industrial development, taking into consideration Uganda's current economic development and the Vision 2040 aspirations. In this plan, a proper articulation of which resources, including minerals, to utilize for which industry in a given time period is presented. And I want to encourage all of us here to take interest. It's online. Get a hold of this master plan and familiarize yourself with where we want to go as a country. This planned approach to mineral exploitation, once implemented, will promote sustainability of our mining sector. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, as we exploit our minerals for socio-economic development, we need to do it sustainably. It is at this point that I'm happy with the discussions at this conference that aim at developing Uganda's infant mineral sector to embrace the green energy revolution. I welcome the conversations on what kinds of energy are needed to revolutionize our mineral exploitations towards green energy. In particular, the presentations made on how Uganda is positioning to promote green energy and the key enablers for sustainable energy transition I would like to take the recommendations and see how we can incorporate them. You are aware we are right in the middle of our NDP3. We've finished the review of our NDP3 that is feeding into the beginning of the formulation of our NDP4. We've had some shocks, as you're well aware, with COVID and now the Ukraine-Russia war, and we have to work together to see how we reprioritize initiatives across all programs, particularly even in the subsector. So these, I think, discussions that have, and the recommendations that have emanated from this conference will be a good input into this process of reprioritizing what we need to do as government and as a country. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, recommendations, like I said, received from this gathering will be considered as key priority areas to be implemented in our second part of NDP3, but also subsequent NDP4. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank you for taking the time to grace this wonderful conference, and I call upon you to openly and freely continue to give us your ideas, your suggestions, your criticisms and comments, positive criticisms, so that we are able to better plan for the mining industry to increase its contribution to national transformation and development. With those remarks, I declare the Mineral Conference closed, and thank you. God bless you.
Applause, another round of applause to Professor Pamela. Yes, and this is the hour that most of you have been waiting for. I'm going to invite our host, the chairman, Sir Rich, to come and speak to us. But in the meantime, as it's coming, I need to remind you we have a networking dinner. Please don't leave immediately. Let's continue with the discussions. Yeah, they are very important, and we have all the policymakers in the room. We have politicians will be joining us as well. We have the PS here with us, so they will take these things home. You're welcome, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Now that Professor Pamela Mbabazi has been gracious to close the conference, just before we depart, as hosts, I thought it was polite that just before we move out to enjoy our cocktail, just take a moment, just listen to my vote of thanks, if I may. If I may. First, we've been really very fortunate. For some of you who may not have been here, we've been very fortunate because we've had a very good number of participants. We have other people who are in attendance online, but you can see the attention from yesterday morning as we close. This is remarkable. We've never had a conference when almost the whole hall is still full. I think we should give a round of applause. Really to all the participants. But of course, it's not enough to thank the participants. I really should go back and thank all the distinguished presenters, the very distinguished presenters from different companies. Give a loud round of applause. Thank you. Clearly, many of them took time and prepared wonderful presentations. Overall, the standards were super. Overall. So if yours did not measure up, don't worry. Because everything notwithstanding. No, I really have to thank the panelists as well. I thought the panelists were really wonderful. Let me not, I am repeating, I have to thank the sponsors because without them, we would never have had this great arrangement and facilitation And I hope they have prepared a good cocktail to crown it all, because it's not enough to sponsor and forget that people need to enjoy themselves when they finish. I would like to thank in absentia Honorable Ruth Nankabirwa, a person, the Minister of Minerals, Energy and Mineral Development, and of course the PS who found the time to be with us. I'd like to thank in absentia again Monica Musonero, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. I think her participation added on another dimension in the context of the theme of this conference. You will appreciate that this conference has been focused on debating and discussing. How does Uganda position itself vis-a-vis global trends? How does it in the green energy revolution? A very important topic. And from yesterday, we've observed that this country is the most fortunate in many ways, because talk about those minerals that are highly sought after by this revolution and transition. We appear to have many in our midst. And the bit about it is that some of them are near production. The presentation from Rare Earth Group, from Rwenzori Rare Metals and Ionic, is a very clear indication that if we are serious as a society, we should have this mine up and running by beginning of 2025. That's not very far. And then we are part of this equation. We listen to the graphite team. They are targeting more or less the same time. So we are lucky, some of the resources are there. And that's why we're asking government as we move, in moving a vote of thanks. We who are in the trenches are saying, you government, we've talked about Kalembe. We are tired of listening. I'm conveying a serious message from Ugandans. Can we have a serious investor yesterday so that copper and cobalt can be part of this equation immediately instead of having stories? I'm just appealing. That was not part of the conference. But when I take, the PS is very vital, so I was passing on that message. So really, let me forget all the investors who have managed to come here. I can tell you all those who are, we've talked about the groups who are near getting to producing a mineable product, but there are many of us who are in the trenches. You listen to some groups like Samta. They may have spent more than 5 years in the trenches. They are looking forward to making yet another presentation, maybe at our next year's annual, God willing. Because what I want members to take home is to know that, yes, the aerial survey can find anomalies. Anomalies do not mean anything, for goodness sake, until you have spent money to do thorough drilling to determine whether the mineral is economically viable, whether it is worth producing into a mine. So all those stories, we have so many minerals, I want them to calm down. Talk about a mineral when you have measured. And so I will even challenge my brother. No, I won't challenge. I'm just advising. I won't challenge. So really, all these potential, apart from a mine like Wagagai, who have created, dug, and gone to where over 1,600 meters down, I learned the other day. They've done a commendable job doing that work. But until you have spent that kind of money, and you say we have uranium, you have, so what? Nobody knows, let nobody deceive you. And I keep shouting, what Uganda needs is nothing as I move a vote of thanks, other than exploration. I will end with exploration, for goodness sake. Let me also really thank the directorate and staff. Many members from the directorate are here. Those are the people that interface with many of us who are in the mining sector. I want to thank so many members of Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. This is one of our highlights. Moving forward, we have agreed with the ministers that we will be having regular engagements, because this question of waiting for meeting once a year is not quite correct. And we agreed with Minister Musonero, even for matters of total bans or having value addition as a subject. It depends on what mineral we are talking about and in what time frame. We agreed that we'll have a discussion. I thought I should emphasize that as we conclude. Now, the chairman or chairperson of the National Planning Authority asked for recommendations. And I think even the ministry will need the recommendations. To do justice to this conference, we are not going to summarize the takeaways. We are asking our secretariat, in the interest of accuracy, to take time and get the key takeaways from this conference, and then we can formally submit them to the ministry as well as National Planning Authority. That's my big recommendation. Someone has tried to summarize one or two things here, but in my judgment, it has not done justice to what I want. And so I won't preempt what has been otherwise a wonderful conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to everyone I have thanked. And so with this, you may stretch, and then, where is the cocktail? Sorry. Oh, before we go, for goodness sake, let's first have a photo with the officials who are here and sponsors, as usual. The PS, the chairperson of National the sponsors, please. Let's have a photo. The rest, we have a cocktail. Where? At poolside. I'm told we shall be around the poolside. It's a very good environment because you don't want to sit down and then go in a bad environment. Yes, you are welcome.